Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Skinny Jean Gardener Show New Year's special. Fantastic to be spending New Year's with you. Now, before we really get into it, I should say we are streaming live, but I'm not actually live. This is pre-recorded for your viewing pleasure for New Year's Eve. 5 hours of content to see you through to 2021, and I hope you enjoy it. So you may not be able to call in, but please do comment away. I know loads of people will be in the comments tonight chatting away, so join them and share the festivities over there on the comments. Share to your friends, to your family, to anyone that's watching tonight, anyone that's at home spending New Year's on their own. Coming up tonight, we've got George Lamb on the show, Jenny Bailey, Richard Suggett, Lisa Marie, Matt Biggs, Jane Hickland, Sean James Cameron, and plus so much more. And me, obviously, in me sparkly jacket. The first time I've worn it the whole of 20. Well, I did do that bit at the OHS. I did. Okay, I wore it once this year for OHS Chelsea, which well, that would have shocked the. But we'll get into that later on. But we've got so much coming up for you tonight to see you through to 2021. Plus, we go on till 1 o'clock in the morning, so we can continue the festivities into the new year. Yeah, so thanks so much for joining us. Let's hit the intro and get on with it. Or Pacilia, you just read it off.
Yeah. Oh, I'm on.
Oh, here and on. Something wrong with the thing. Anyway, elephant poop. What I got? Yeah. Great, mate. Your signal is always terrible, but I'm good, my friend. Excuse me. You're an allotment. When I go, don't put artificial grass on top of me, alright? You're gonna get compost, you will. Obviously, it's not 12 shows of Christmas people are watching. That is gone. The tin to win, everyone, will return in 2021. I should also say hello to anyone that's listening on the podcast. Hello, podcast. If you're listening on the podcast, this audio will go out onto there too. 5 hours of that to see you into the new year if you fancy listening to it. Put in the comments if you're watching tonight. It'd be great to see you in the comments. Like I say, we're not literally live, so there's no phone calls tonight. We're just in the comments. This is streaming live to bring everyone together for 5 hours. If you're about for 5 hours, if you want to stay around for 5 hours, we've got a lot coming up for you. If you fancy a little bit of that. How was your Christmas? Is first things first. How was your Christmas? Mine was how was it? Really great, actually, considering that it was a lot quieter, the quietest Christmas I've ever had in my life. Usually we used to, back in the day when I was a child, I still feel like a child sometimes. I don't remember on my father. We used to have everyone, aunties, uncles, grandparents, everyone in one go. And then people started having kids. That ruined it, didn't it? That ruined it. And then we had to split up. We split the family in about 3 chunks. And then our little family grew and grew all the way until there was about 20 of us for Christmas last year. 20 of us. And I thought, oh, this get a bit much, this Christmas thing. Now, maybe I jinxed it, like Home Alone jinxed it, because we had just three of us this year. Just 3. I know a lot of you, I know some people spent on their own. I hope you had a good one and you were okay. There was 3 of us. We did really well. I cooked the turkey. It was a little bit dry. I can't tell you how much butter I stuck underneath the skin. I did put clementines in there, which made the most beautiful gravy. I'm not a great turkey cooker, but I must say that I'm an amazing gravy maker. I'll take that. Oh yeah, I'll take gravy maker any day. You could say I almost tried to ruin Christmas dinner by the vegetables. It wasn't my decision to steam them. I'm not a massive fan, but we steamed the vegetables. Sam wanted to steam vegetables. I said, all right, you want to deal with veggies? You deal with veggies. She did say, if you ruin my potatoes, my roast potato, we didn't steam the potatoes, but if you ruin my roast potatoes, you'll ruin my Christmas. I said, well, you hold on to the veggies. I'm drying this turkey. I'm busy drying this turkey out. Anyway, she steamed the veggies. Get to the end of the story then. She steamed the vegetables. Great, fine, do what you want to do. And at some point in between her steaming them and them being finished steaming, I thought, oh, we'll have a little bit of Christmas music on. Tried to plug the radio in. Didn't get very far. I don't know what happened to it. I gave up. Not realising that I'd unplugged the steamer. So when the turkey was out, that was left to cool down. You meant leave it for 2 hours. I left it for about 1. And then all the roasties started coming out. The Yorkshires started coming out. And she goes, oh, these vegetables are a bit hard. Who turned the steamer off? Oops. So, but luckily, we steamed for another 10. Oliver was going nuts. She was like, oh, where's me food at? Where's me food? So just give it another 10 minutes. And luckily, they were good, actually. They weren't too crunchy. They weren't too soft. I think, really, had I not turned the steam off for half hour, they would have been too soft. So did I ruin Christmas? Or did I save the Christmas dinner? I'd say saved it. Really. Saved it. Oliver had a great one. For anyone that's asking, Oliver had a great Christmas. She really enjoyed it. First year we've had, I spoke to my brother and he said his children, a lot of presents for Christmas, ripping from, and we had that with Olive. We had a lot of that. We had a good few years of next. I don't get that as much anymore because obviously I got about 6 presents. So, yep, that means you're getting old. You get old when you only get 6 presents, pants and socks. I used to laugh at my granddad when he got pants and socks. Now I'm like, I do need some pants and socks, actually. Thank you. Very kind of you. Anyway, this year, the first year that she's going through her presents, she's studied them, looked at them, thought, yes, this is a good present. Next, put it down on the side. Yes, I'll come back to that. Progressed it all. Like, what's it called? Not progressed. What's the word I'm looking for? Digested. Yeah, whatever. Even at one point, she had a massive present. It was just a present in a big box. And she said, oh, Dad, it's your turn now. I was like, great, I'll get the chance to open my socks. So that was good. So anyway, Olive had a great one. A bit of time to spend opening the presents. Usually we're flying around the country. We go from Heathrow to, not the airport, around Heathrow, back and forth across the M25. It's not really around the country, but there's a lot of driving, and then there's a lot of opening presents. You don't really get a chance to enjoy your presents. I don't usually get a chance to enjoy my socks and pants because we're driving around so much. And this year we had a bit of time to enjoy them. I tried on all 6 pairs of pants this year, so it was enough pant talk. So it was very, very exciting in that sense. Let me know in the comments what you got for Christmas. Was it got anything gardening wise? I didn't get much apart from some cactus socks, a little emblem of cactus. I think we asked for much this year. I'll tell you why later on in the show. I didn't really ask for loads and loads of stuff. I asked for a few little bits. I've got a new rucksack, so I want to do a bit more walking in the new year. A little GoPro rucksack, a little GoPro can stick on it. But other than that, I didn't massively need much. And it'd be really easy to say, oh, can you get me this garden gadget? But I'd never use it. And it would just sit in the corner. If you say, as soon as you say you're a gardener, I got actually this when I was an electrician. I used to get tools for Christmas. I got a drill once for Christmas. I think I asked for it, to be fair. And as soon as you're a gardener, you start getting gardening gifts. This is the first year I didn't get gardening gifts thrown at me. You get, I don't know where it is. It's somewhere in the shed. How to grow your own. I might have thrown it actually. How to grow your own chocolate. I keep using this as an example and should remember that someone watching could have given me that a few years ago. Might have been Sam. How to grow. might have been Olive. How to grow your own chocolate. I didn't really need to grow my own chocolate. I just popped to the shops for that. But yes, I saw lots of people telling me about their gifts over on Twitter, which was great. So put it in the comments tonight. Let me and the team know exactly what you got for Christmas. This, of course, is the New Year's special. So we're going to be going over some best bits of the show. Like I say, coming up, George Lamb, Jenny Bailey coming up, Richard Suggett, Lisa Marie, Matt Biggs, Jane Hicklin, Sean James Cameron, plus much more. Some exclusive interviews, some exclusive chats, some looking back over some good interviews as well that you may have missed. We've got so much to get through. Let me just have a look. Yes, so much to get through in the next 5 hours. So welcome to the show. I should thank, this is the last time we're going to be able to do it. I should thank the fantastic Flymo for sponsoring the podcast in 2020. What a year to be sponsoring a podcast. Incredible, I wouldn't say massive growth of the podcast. We've had a bit, we get an average of 10,000 downloads a day on the podcast, which is great. And we've really steadily picked up. We've had some, we're talking about stats here, guys, talking about stats. We've had some growth, obviously, through the first lockdown, but we've kept steady throughout. Like throughout winter, we've not stopped. In fact, I looked at this morning at the analytics, and we dropped a bit for Christmas, which is cool. Like Christmas is about enjoying time together. I'll let you have that. I'll let you have Christmas off from listening to the podcast. But yeah, so what a fantastic year to have Flymo on board as well. We've managed to do so much with them. Having them with you guys, getting you guys talking about the robotics has been fantastic. Just being able to promote. Let's do a little bit about Flymo because I feel like we've not massively mentioned them this winter. Let me get a drink on. We've not massively mentioned them. I've got to stop. This is New Year's resolution. Stop drinking energy drinks, guys. Not massively talked about them too much. I know we chuck out the adverts about them on the stream. But just been great to work with them. Just really fantastic. It's a shame we're not going into 2021 with them. Obviously, a slight thing called a pandemic has stopped that from happening, obviously. But we're going into 2021 with no sponsor. What? Tell Olive she's not going to get any Christmas present next year, which is not ideal for 2021. But at the same time, it gives us a lot more options. We can be a lot more freer with what we do here, which is great. I love it. But I must say, out of all the sponsors that we've had on the podcast, Flymo have been the easiest to work with, and they're such a happy crew over there. They took me up to their factory in Flymo HQ. Back in Jan, can't believe it. That was a while ago now. It was a long time ago, and just to see what they do there, I must say that I just love their tools. They're really well. They're affordable. To be able to shout and say, "Hey guys, go and grab this. I think it's really going to help you." And then it's not a massive. Don't get me wrong. 60. It depends really, isn't it? 60, 70 quid for their tools, 100 quid for the lawnmowers and stuff. For a tool that's going to really change your world, it's not a hard sell. It's not a hard thing for me to say, go grab one. If you need it, then they're the guys to go and get. And I'll continue to say that because I've had a few different lawnmower brands even get in contact recently, and I've had to be a bit careful because we've already had a lawnmower brand sponsored podcast once. I'll just jump from year to year to lawnmower brands. But I can't knock Flymo, and I think they're great. I think they're really good. We did some great stuff back in March with them. April, May time when the lockdown. Tried to think there when the lockdown came in, and we've got about 500,000 people. 500,000 people in 2 weeks gardening through our live streams, which was wicked. And we're going to do some more of that in 2021. So that'll be a lot of fun. So I will still work from. I just want to say thank you to anyone that's watching on Flymo or listening on Flymo. Thanks so much for having me. I really enjoyed working with you guys, and every time I come with an idea, you're like, yeah, do it. So yeah, there's been a great relationship to have over 2020, should I say. So thank you to them. Thanks for being part of this amazing team that we've got watching, the amazing team that's listening to the show. It's changed. The podcast has changed considerably in 2020. I think you've all got to say since September, since we started doing these live streams, and you have been listening on the podcast, the live streams, and the different voices that we've had pop up. Bedos, so I've got to try and remember everyone. Suggs, Cameron, Lisa, Jackson, Liam, Dan. If I've forgot anyone, there's loads of people that pop up regularly on this, and yeah, it's gone down really well. I really love how we've changed the podcast in 2020. We've done some amazing things. We've got kids' welly boots. We've give out prizes and money and to charities and raised money, and we've done so much already in the 4 months that we've done this show. I'm really excited about 2021. Really excited about the future of this show, of this podcast. Sure, would I like it to be sponsored? Yes, that would be great. If you know anyone that wants to sponsor the show, that would be fantastic. But we're doing such great stuff with it that it means more than that. And I'd love a brand to get on board with it in 2021. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? But we'll just see how that goes. But for you guys to be part of it, I mean, I thank Flymo for sponsoring. I thank me for being great, of course, as a presenter. But I've got to thank you, the team, you that watch, you that listen, you that share, you that call. Without you guys, really, I wouldn't have a show. So I must say thank you very much to you for being part of this amazing crew. And anyone that is already a VIP member, give yourself a pat on the back. We'll be giving a lot more VIP memberships away in 2021, growing this family, growing this team. I do call you a team because you're my team. You're the ones that when I'm coming live, I've got 5 minutes to go. You're the ones I rely on to help create content, to help create discussions. We've talked about a lot. We've gone through so many different subjects in the past few months, and like Peat Free, for instance, garden centres, the BLM movement, just ridiculous amount, haven't we? I think we've almost gave each other a virtual hug to get through 2020. I hope tonight's show also helps. Shall we get on to our first? I know, right? Shall we get on to our first chat tonight? I think we should. Tonight, we've got so many best ofs coming up, and this one has to be one of the best ofs that I chatted to. It's with George Lamb. It's a great one. I've met George Lamb once before for a very small amount of time at RHS Chelsea. He's a little bit of an idol. Like, I used to listen to him a lot. I used to really enjoy what he used to do. And then I saw he got into Kids Garden. I thought, this is amazing. Like, he's right up my street. And when I met him at RHS Chelsea, I didn't know he was getting into Kids Gardening. And I was like a bit starstruck, and I actually apologised before I put the interview out. Like, you don't see this bit in the interview, but I apologised. I said, I'm really sorry, but I was one of those guys that said, can I have a selfie? And he introduced himself, and then I run off. I just run. What was I doing? Anyway, George has been doing amazing things with Grow. I chatted to him back in September, and I'll be honest with you, we've not really got much further with meeting. Obviously, the coronavirus thing has prevented that. Me building the school plan has been something. If you watch regularly, I'm building a school plan for 2021 for primary schools. Everything that George is doing is for secondary school education. And I must say that there's been a few different things. A school tour back in March, conversations we've had on the show, which you're going to hear later on here. We've got Mark Mackey. We've got a little chat with him. I'll explain that later on. But and also this point with George Lamb, when I started talking to George and everything I do, I think a lot of you might know, and a lot of you probably, I've been pretty honest and blunt about what I do. I love what I do. I love chatting to you guys. I love gardening. I've got a fight on my hands with social media and the world of TV and things like that. I love entertaining and talking about gardening and getting kids involved in it. And after talking to George, my whole perspective and my aim in life changed. I must say that this really did affect the way I thought and made a massive difference to the school plan and getting that going, getting that started. So I'm going to stop rabbiting. I'm going to let this interview just a little 10 minutes of it, I think it is, do the talking. So without further ado, hit play.
And yeah, I suppose kind of really very potted history. 10 years ago I'm on television, everything's going great, running this whole narrative that when I get to X, which is primetime television, then I'll be really happy. I was doing mainly kind of youth stuff and Saturday morning stuff and all the rest of it. Finally got into primetime television. Obviously, it doesn't make any difference what time of day you're on television. It's all the same thing. And just wasn't really feeling fulfilled and was feeling a little bit kind of anxious about society and where we were going and where we were headed and what my contribution to that was. And frankly, at that point, I was making kind of game shows. And, none of the, well, I don't know, none's maybe a sweeping statement, but it's my opinion that not many of the main kind of decision makers in the world are sitting at home watching game shows. Game shows primarily is distraction for poor people. Mm-hmm. When you're watching the world go and you're kind of complicit in selling distractions to everybody, it doesn't feel very good, Yeah. And so then I kind of recognized that I needed to, I needed to do some stuff and I needed to help and I needed to be part of the solution. And I kind of radically changed my life and, said to my agent, I'm not going on telly for a bit and I'm going to sell my house and I'm going to get rid of my team and I'm just going to go and, figure out who I am and what's important to me. And I did a lot of community work in the middle of all of that and felt, if I'm honest, quite frustrated quite quickly. Seemingly, metaphorically speaking, there's a kind of endless stream of half-dead bodies that you can pull out the river and put a blanket on and give a cup of tea to, and you turn around, there's another 5,000. And so what you realise is, of course, there's merit in standing there and looking after people, but it's not my kind of makeup, and I want to figure out solutions. So I want to go upstream and figure out what the problem is at source. And, we have a lot of kind of fundamental structural issues with our system, which means that there's an endless, kind of supply of people who are getting over, basically. And so I was doing all this community stuff, realizing that actually it's very hard with adults, short of the building being on fire, it's very hard to get adults to go in the same direction at the same time. So then, kids are obviously the solution. If you can turn a kid into a jihadi, you can turn a kid into a light warrior. You just need to feed them with the right stuff. And that's my dog, Waldo. I don't know if you can see him. Anyway, and so I kind of knew I wanted to get into education. And then a mate of mine had written a book. He wrote books primarily on plant medicine and said to me, I'm coming to London. Would you interview me? Would you do the Q&A with me, kind of thing? I said, yeah, no problem. Send the book over, thinking it was just going to be another one on a kind of similar vein. And it turns out it was called How Soon Is Now, which was about the ecological mega crisis, which obviously now everybody's, fully up to speed with. But 3 years ago, you had to be a kind of climate enthusiast to be across it, you know.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, all the kind of information that I was so easy to kind of bat away, you know, on the news or newspapers or whatever, just all of a sudden just kind of landed with me, and I was like, oh no, like if we don't radically change our behaviour, we're finished, you know. And frankly, everything else is kind of arbitrary. And then when you're also kind of getting frustrated with the fact of like, how are you ever going to bring these two kind of like, you know, warring parties together when you look all over the world with all these different conflicts? You're like, there's only one real kind of irrefutable thing that joins everybody, and that's we're all dependent on the well-being of you know, the earth, you know. So then I'm like, hang on a minute, maybe long shot, this is the one kind of unifying thing. So I was like, right, we need to raise the environmental literacy of, you know, all the kids in the country. I was like, we need to set up Jedi training camps.
Yeah.
For like to make eco warriors, but they won't even know they're eco warriors because it will just be the default setting, you know. Yeah. So I rang my mate, who's a headmaster of a big comprehensive up in North London, and started, you know, babbling away on the phone. He's like, all right, mate, why don't you come and see me, and then we'll have a talk about it. Anyway, I went up there. He really liked the idea, and he said, as it happens, that the school that we're involved with is called the Totteridge Academy. It's right at the end of the Northern Line, so right at the kind of top end of London, just as you're getting into Greenbelt territory. And he's like, we've got a 6-acre field sitting out the back, and we were going to do an AstroTurf on it, but we never had the money, so it's been sitting there dormant for 10 years. You can have it, you know. Wow. So, right, fantastic, here we go, this is it, you know. And then I'm stood in my 6-acre field, and I'm like, I've never grown a carrot in my life, you know what I mean. I've never grown anything. They never managed to keep a plant alive. Knew absolutely nothing about kind of environmental studies, you know, and I was like, cool. So better go and cram up quite quickly, you know. And I went around and talked to anybody who would talk to me who worked in outdoor education, and pretty much across the board, they all said, look, if you really want this thing to work, don't make it 100% around just growing vegetables, you know, because some people get turned on by that, and some people just it's not their thing, you know. Really, if I was going to do my thing differently, I'd take a kind of 360 holistic approach to the well-being of the child. The project that I set up is called Grow. We teach, we're piloting up at this big comprehensive in North London. It's an academy now, but it was in a comprehensive for 50 years. We teach as part of the curriculum, years 7, 8, and 9, which are the first 3 years of secondary school. We get an hour a week with them, and that's a kind of shop window to get our curriculum in front of them. And then if we like that, we do after school stuff and weekend stuff, and you know, extracurricular. And so Grow over the course of the last year or so has kind of shape-shifted various times, but I think we've kind of settled on it now. And so we've broken it into there's 4 kind of modules. That's 5. There's 4 modules. The first one is Ground, which, as the name would suggest, is about food growing and looking after animals and getting outside and environmentalism and forest school and all that good stuff that you know, that's what you do for a living. And then we have Flow, which is all about getting into flow state, is your highest vibration. So breath work, yoga, mindfulness, you know, just really getting yourself in touch, getting in touch with yourself, really, so you give yourself kind of solid foundations. And then we got Think. So unfortunately, a lot of the because of the focus on getting kids through exams, a lot of the creativity and the critical thinking is knocked out of them.
Right,
so they're always looking for a kind of linear route to the right answer, and they're petrified of being wrong, and they're always looking for this A plus B equals C thing. And so what we've done is we're working with the British Philosophical Society, and we go in there and we get them to a philosophical debate. And so it's what you think and what you feel, and there is no right and there is no wrong. And, you know, you get used to talking to each other and building on each other's ideas. And the next thing you know, clack, 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 you know, A plus B equals Z minus 1, you know, P, X, Y, you know. And it's amazing to watch the kids, you know, really, really, you know, watching their imaginations go wild, you know. And it's quite, I mean, it's also slightly depressing. Like when we've done it with older kids in the school, they really struggled. And when we do it with the year 7s, they're like, oh, and then this happened, and then that happened, and then the bird became a tree, which was also a truck, you know, and you know. So it just shows you what's going on in our education system, you know. And we're at a good school run by amazing teachers, and yet, unfortunately, because of what they're having to conform to by way of a kind of curriculum, in the end, it kind of beats a lot of the, you know, critical creative thinking, as I say, out the kids. And then finally, the final module is Thrive, and so essentially, ground, flow, think is what you're doing, and then you take all of your learning in that, and then you go and put it into your own life, and you join one of our clubs, whether that's a YouTube club or a gardening club or a boxing club or whatever, and that's the Thrive section. So that's you taking what you've learned and going out into the real world with it,
taking control of it,
and that's it, mate.
Okay. You know? Did you literally just start it and then that sort of come from it? Was it just like to begin with, just growing and then?
So when I originally put it to the headmaster, it was a kind of eco warrior training camp is what it was, and then as I say, when I went and talked to a bunch of people who literally just work in kind of environmental studies and outdoor learning with kids and predominantly focus around growing, they were like, look, man, just broaden this thing out, you know, find a route into the kids. And that's what I guess I've learned the most in the last year or so. Unfortunately, the system, you know, and it's easy, you know, caveat all of this, you know, it's easy for me to say this. I've only been in it, you know, a couple of years, and we're only doing it on a small level. So, you know, and I'm sure there's a lot of kind of systemic, what's the right word? Like there's a bunch of stuff that means it's very difficult when you start doing things at scale. But what I've learned, I think, is you need to figure out what the kids want to do, and then try and weave your agenda into it, rather than getting the kids, pacifying them, you know, subjugating them, and then trying to push your agenda onto them, because already by then their eyes are rolling and they don't really care, you know. So, for example, if I go to a lot of the kind of, you know, schools the same as when you and I were at it, if you can get the older kind of cooler kids into something, then a lot of the younger ones will follow. So if I go to the older kind of cooler kids and say, do you want to do some yoga and some gardening and some breath work and all the rest of it? Like, no, right, mate, you know. However, if I go to them and say, do you want to join our boxing academy? They're like, yes, I'm there. What you got for me? You know, and then of course, when they're doing their boxing program, they have to do a nutrition module. Okay, so they have to come out on the field and see how things are grown. Oh, hang on a minute, you're doing some gardening. You know, then we do a sports psychology, you know, section. So it's all about visualization, manifestation, focusing on the win. We're going to do some breath work. We're going to do some meditation. Oh, hang on a minute, you're meditating. You know, so we're getting into your flow. And then we'll do you know, like sports science, so learning different ways of, you know, the anatomy work. So let's have a look. We'll do some yoga, maybe we'll try that out. Here's Anthony Joshua doing some yoga. Here's Conor McGregor doing animal flow and calisthenics. So you get them all. So you just have to be smart about how you weave your thing in.
Yeah. How many of you are at that school doing this?
There's probably in our kind of core team, there's probably, I think there's 5 of us or 6 of us across part-time and full-time. And then there's probably the same again in facilitators and coaches and, you know, volunteers. And we've got a couple of apprentices we've just taken on as well, which is great. So, you know, probably all told, if we had a Christmas party, there'd probably be about 15 of us, I'd imagine.
Okay. And so is the idea that this is going to be rolled out at like all schools in the future?
That's the plan, definitely. Yeah. So if we can get it right here, you know what, you know, the truth is, whilst everybody can see the merit in what we're doing, you know, big scale systems really run on data. So we need to show metrics that this improves the stuff that they're, you know, really worried about, and stuff that can't be perceived as being soft skills, really. Which is what a lot of this would come under. So if we can show that with kids who are involved in Grow, their attendance is better, their behaviour is better, their overall scores go up on their exams, you know, so on and so forth. If we can hit all of that, then for sure the Department for Education will be like, irrespective of what somebody's driver is as to why they want it, I couldn't care less. So if that's what they're interested in, and I can prove that, they'll take Grow, and they'll run with it. So that's essentially what we're trying to do.
And there we have it. There's a little section of the interview I did with George. If you want to listen to more of that, then please head over to the podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, wherever you listen to your podcasts. Then please do head over there, listen to the full interview. It's really interesting. I learned so much from it, and yeah, I've just felt it was good. Just a really great chat about something that that one was really what I felt like was good, heartful, and interesting, and also wasn't probably massively. I know that's what he does now, but I didn't want to go into like entertainment business and all that sort of thing beforehand, because that's not what he's about now. It's interesting. I really do want to see George in the new year, hopefully. I don't think at the moment I can personally be part of Grow. I think I've got a big enough thing with the school success gardening thing going on. But I want to see what he's doing. I want to see if I can help in any way, if I can join in, if I can do something in my own little way, or just bounce ideas about. So in 2021, I'll let you know if we have anything more happen with that. But hopefully me and George will meet and say, hey, man, that coronavirus thing was a little bit funny, wasn't it? Should we get on with it? Let's. But yeah, I mean, I've got to say, just a great interview. I really enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed that too. Everyone. Whew, we've still got a little bit of a long run, haven't we? Still got a little bit of a long run to New Year's, but it's coming up very soon. Next up on the show, you might notice, by the way, no adverts tonight. 0 adverts. Where's my book? I don't even think if my book was around, I'd say, hey guys, go and buy. You know what you need? Where's that book gone? I don't know where it is. I'd say, hey guys, do you know what you need to go and do? Even though there's no adverts, I'm going to plug this. You need to start your new year off well with the How to Get Kids Gardening book. That's right, by the Skinny Jean Gardener. 30 plus garden ideas. I've never counted how many garden ideas are in it. A lot. I always say 30 plus. I must do that in the new year. I must see how many garden mates are in that book. Oh yeah, please. Oh, by the way, make sure you comment and let me know what you thought of that George Lamb interview. I'd love to hear from you throughout tonight's show. I might pop up in the comments as well. I'd love to hear from you and let me know what you think. Let me know what you're doing this New Year's, everyone. Let me know what you're up to. Hey, yeah. Let me know what you're up to this New Year's. But yeah, I've never counted how many garden mates in it. Anyway, How to Get Kids Gardening by the Skinny Jean Gardener. Go get it now on Amazon.co.uk. Or if you can find the link, I don't know where the link is at the moment. I think if you go to skinnyjeangardener.co.uk/shop, you can still get it for a tenner. But I'm taking that off in the new year. So if you want a signed copy, I've got about, I don't know where them books. Might be up in the house actually. I've got about 10 more left until I have to do another order. So if you want to get your hands on them, if you want to get your hands on them 10 books, they're £10. You can buy them all if you want for your whole family. It's £100. I'll get them sent out to you. Bob's your uncle. Skinny Jean Gardener's your aunt. I don't know. I don't know. 5 hours tonight. 5 hours. I know I'm only talking in between, but 5 hours. What can I say? Right. Next up on tonight's Best Bits, I had to get this in. Jenny Bailey was on the show in 2020. Was really great. Author of Phoebe the Bee. Now, I bought this book. It comes with a CD. I can't tell you, as a father of a 5-year-old, I do like reading. Sometimes, it's going to sound bad. Sometimes it's a bit. Sometimes, all right, I'll be honest with you. I'll try to tell you the truth. Sometimes I skip pages of books because it's late. It's almost 10 o'clock. You should be in bed by now. But I'll read you a book. That was quick. I know. I'm a quick reader. Sometimes I skip pages. With Phoebe and the Bee, it comes with a CD that reads it for you. It reads it for you. It couldn't be any easier, team. But it's a great book, teaching children about bees. And I've read it probably, I'd say, about 3 times since I got the book to Olive. And each time, there's always follow-up questions. Now, if I'm reading The Gruffalo, which I've read 1,000 times, I don't want any follow-up questions. I've read it. I want to go downstairs and chill. If it's about gardening and bees, turn the lights on. Here we turn them lights on. Come on. Let's sit up and get your notepads out, Olive. We're going to sit here all night if we have to and talk about bees. So many follow-up questions about why bees are important, what they do for our environment. And I even learned in this interview a little bit more about bees and what they do. There was a story, I don't know if it's in this clip or not, but there's a story in the summer, not this summer, gone the summer before, we had a garage wall, which has now got corrugated iron all over it, right? Because I'm cool like that. I'm quirky like that. And and a bee was going in and out of a hole in the concrete block. And I was like, that ain't good. Because why? Because, good question. Because why? Because I thought a bee was making a big nest inside the concrete block. That sounds stupid, I know. But I thought maybe there's a massive hole in there. It's hollowed out because bees do that. And it's going to make a massive nest, and we're going to have bees coming out when I have barbecues. So a bee was going in and out, and basically, I'm not proud to admit this, but when it went out the last time, I put a screw in there to stop it going in and out. I thought I was closing off the massive nest. What I later found out, and actually, just speaking to Jenny, was that these bees are just, all they're doing is they're putting their little baby eggs in there. They fill it over with mud, and then the bees hatch in there, and then they fly out, and away they go. That's all they were doing, and I feel guilty about it. Not as guilty as I did when I let my worms die. Worm watch, everyone. The worms are doing great, by the way. They had a lovely Christmas dinner, so thumbs up. Thumbs up for them. But yeah, a little bit guilty that if there was babies in there, then that screw would have stopped. Why am I admitting this? It's like self-help tonight. 20. Let's leave these. No one mentioned this in 2021. Let's leave this right to the. Let's leave this in 2020. All these things I'm admitting tonight, let's leave them in 2020. Let's not mention them ever again. I'm too honest about this sort of stuff. Anyway, I learned a lot. Hopefully you'll learn a little bit from this chat with Jenny. Go press play on it.
No problem at all. I've always loved animals. I've always had a huge passion for nature. And I think when I became a parent, I was very aware that we've got to look after the next generation, and we need them to understand that we're not the owners of this planet necessarily. We're the guardians of it, and we're the protectors of it, and we need to look after our wildlife and our environment. And everything that's kicking off at the moment is so important. It was around last year sometime when the amazing David Attenborough said that the Garden of Eden was no more, and that really shocked me. And it shouldn't have shocked me, really, because we've been hearing that on the Blue Planet and Life on Earth and the Survival series and all the other amazing programs that have been brought to our screens, that our animals and our wildlife and our environments are in trouble. But when he actually said it's no more, it's not like it's just in trouble anymore, it's actually no more. Lee, that really hit me. And I was already doing beach cleans, and I was already going out with my 2 boys, picking up rubbish. We were putting nest boxes up in the woods and all sorts of things. And and because of that, I just thought I need to do something more.
Yeah.
along that time as well, there was the report that came out about the insects being in major decline as well. So I'm not much of a gardener, and you probably don't want to hear that. But I filled my garden up with lavender because I just thought I need to help the bees. I need to help the pollinators out there as well. And I've turned into a gardener, which you probably do want to hear. And my children are very keen on gardening, but it's for that reason. It's for the reason that we see the pollinators, we see the butterflies, we see the bees, and we know we're helping, and it makes us feel better that we're actually doing something for the environment. So it all came along really around June, July time last year. I was talking to a friend, and it must have been in my mind that I wanted to do something more, and the opportunity came up, and we fixed on an idea of writing stories. And I said, well, they have to have a conservation message in them. She's a continuity announcer, and I now know her as Mother Earth, and she's the co-founder. And so we put our idea into practice, and I wrote Phoebe the Bee. I tested it on my children. I tested it on a few more children, and it kind of went from there.
So when did it come out?
We actually self-published it in March.
Oh, awesome.
This year, which was a crazy month to launch anything, let's face it. But
at the same time, so it's absolutely fine. It's a great time. What sort of response have you had from it?
Oh, amazing. The support we're getting for our book is incredible. It's a book that can go from the ages of 3 right the way up to 10 years old. And what we've actually done is put lots of stimulus in it to keep a child's learning and involvement active as their learning develops right the way through. So there's puzzles in there, and there's a fun facts page in there. There's a crossword in there. There's colouring in pictures. There's the main story as well. And then also there's the element of the audio attached to the book as well, whereby we actually have a read-along feature. And there's also music. So we've put the whole composition, if you like, the production of it together.
Wow, that's
and believe it
incredible.
or not, it's incredible now. I've actually written 7 stories for the series, which is just, I got carried away, I think.
Like sucks you into it all. That's brilliant. Wait, before you like really got into this, like what made you like go on like beach cleans and like feel like you wanted to get wildlife and stuff into the garden?
Just purely the fact that it was hugely in the news. Greta Thunberg was doing her marches. Extinction Rebellion were doing their marches. And the fact that I'm a mother, I'm bringing my children up to respect nature, to respect wildlife. And we were getting out there and doing it. And it was incredible, the amount of gloves and the amount of masks that were like lying around. You think rubbish is like an old thing in a way, but it soon became very apparent to us that it wasn't an old thing, and people were dumping all sorts of things. And we wanted to, and I think it's a responsibility that my children, I like to instill that in them, that it's, it's an environment that we all take pleasure from and we should respect. So I have.
Was that an easy thing to get your boys into?
Yes, it was. Yeah, no, it was. I've always brought them up to respect nature, and I mean we've gone out and not just fed the ducks, but we've. I mean, my children really love all sorts of nature. They marvel at ants, for instance. They've got a big thing about ants at the moment. Yeah. My neighbour was mowing his lawn, and they got the cord wrapped around a big rock. And it literally lifted up the rock, and there was an ant's nest under there. And my boys were fascinated just watching it, and it was just incredible. And I now know, because obviously I'm doing a lot of this conservation, and I'm talking to ecologists and conservationists and scientists and professors in this kind of sector. I'm knowing now how good it is to get children outside, which you obviously also know. But the fact that their confidence can improve, their social ability can improve, their connectedness improves. There are so many benefits for children outside. So when I take my children out into the woods, into the beach, all the places we go, I'm like thinking, I'm doing okay, I'm doing good. This is improving their social skills, their mental skills, and it's so good for them. So it's good to get them away from technology every now and then, let's face it.
Yeah, I think I think everyone, we talk about this a lot about technology and stuff because it is a big draw for children. And I thought always, I've got my 5-year-old daughter, and sometimes an iPad is the savior, but actually getting that away from that and being outside makes such a difference. And I always talk about, like, especially as a parent, like it creates like proper memories being outside and around nature, around gardening, just being outside together. So much more than any sort of technology can really make.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, without going too much into it, you know, we're part of it. And I think when we go out in nature, we realise that, and it's all going on around us if we're lucky enough to see it. And if we stop for a moment and actually look, and see the bees working hard, collecting the nectar and the pollen and doing what they do, and having a butterfly land on your finger or a ladybird land on your finger, I mean, that for a child is incredible. I mean, it's another life. I've actually got my neighbour. I've spoken to her recently, and she says, Jen, I don't look at ants in the same way anymore. She used to kind of just step on all the ants she could see in her garden, sort of thing, because she just didn't like them at all.
Yeah.
And now, after understanding a bit more about Phoebe the Bee, our book, and our philosophy and what we're about, she says she now knows that an ant has a life. It has a reason. It's either it's in the food chain, but it has a purpose for its day, whether it needs to gather food or whether it needs to look after the colony, whether it needs to feed the grubs. There is a purpose for it to be there. And she says now she watches them rather than stamps on them. So it's got to be an improvement, right?
Yeah, definitely. I always get people ask me about how to get rid of slugs and stuff, but again, they're part of nature. Yeah, hedgehogs, yeah. But they're part of nature as well. I feel like they're hated so much, but they're part of everything that's going on now. They've got somewhere, couldn't tell you where, but somewhere there's an important reason that they're out there. Do you know what I mean?
There is. I mean, I see them as the food chain for hedgehogs and for some birds and other things, definitely. And long may that continue. I know they can be the bane of gardeners when it comes to their precious vegetables and that kind of thing. But they're just doing what they do, I guess. But you don't want too many of them. But a few shouldn't harm much.
Once again, if you want to find out more about any of that, from Phoebe the Bee to more about that podcast, then head over to Apple, Spotify, and Amazon Music, or wherever you listen to your podcast, to just listen to the full interview. It's a really great chat. I really enjoyed it, and I'd love you guys to listen to that too. There's so many episodes we've literally had in this year, and in fact, just doing this show, I have done over 120 hours, probably 125, including tonight's show. 125 hours of content since September. Now we've put out 68 episodes, I think 69 episodes of the podcast since September as well, 4 days a week. And it's going to change up a little bit in 2021 because there's so much going on. Like I say, I'll talk about it later on with on the show about the school tour. But it's going to change a little bit. I love doing the podcast. We're going to continue doing the podcast. In fact, if you watch the podcast, you're going to get it 5 days a week. We stream on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube, not Instagram, and YouTube. And in 2021, we're going to do that 5 days a week for 1 hour. So we're just going to reduce that down. We're not going to do 2 hour shows. We're going to do 1 hour shows 5 days a week. On Monday, you're going to get the gardening news. Tuesday, we're going to get an interview. We're going to get back to the interviews team. Wednesday, we're sticking with Ground Force Bingo. I love Ground Force Bingo. Thursdays is Garden Hack Day, where we'll be talking about ideas that you can do over the weekend. Ask who knew what you're up to. Chucking ideas out there about what you can sow, etc., on Thursdays. And then Fridays will be a best of those 4 nights. So anyone that called in, we'll put into the Friday show. We'll stream it out live, and we'll get chatting in the comments as well. And that best of show will then go on to the podcast. Are you still with me? Are you still with me? Then on Sunday, the best of podcast will go out for you to listen to. If you're a listener, I know there's a lot more listeners than there are viewers. So if you listeners fancy coming on to view, then we'd love to have you as part of the team. You're very much welcome, for sure, everyone. So anyway, if you caught up with that, then well done to you. 2021 is going to be a lot of fun and great to show up 5 days a week to bring everyone together, even if it is just for an hour. We can get some great chat on the podcast, some great guests. I know, Beddoes, I know you want to get Dimmock on. I'm working on it. It's going to happen. Some point in 21, we're going to get Charlie Dimmock. If we can get Walsh on, even better. But definitely the Dimmock will be on at some point. All right? Don't you worry about that. Oh, I should have said, actually, thanks to Jenny for coming on the podcast. If you've got any stories about bees, put them in the comments. Come on, keep up, team. Put them in the comments. Now, we did so much in 2021 through live streams. The stuff that I did with M&S was incredible. We're going to talk about that later on the show. But one of the things that I absolutely loved was our 24-hour live stream with Mr. Richard Suggett. In fact, should we have a quick look? Let's have. I know what we can do. This is. I think Stephen did this actually. I should really shout him out. Let's have a look. If you didn't catch the 24-hour live stream, let's see the 24-hour live stream in just 3 minutes.
Here we go. We're live for this 24-hour. Whose bright idea was this?
it looked pretty easy there, didn't it? Those 3 minutes looked pretty easy. I can promise you, it wasn't. And if it weren't for Mr. Suggett, I'm not sure if I'd get through it. But we raised money on that 24-hour live stream. I think I'm just going to estimate about almost £1,000. It might have been a little bit less than that. But we raised money for Thrive. We raised money for Perennial. We raised money for Green Fingers charities throughout those 24 hours. It was an incredible experience, and a little bit of that 24-hour live stream I'm going to show you later on in tonight's show, so watch out for that just before 12 o'clock tonight. But it was such a great experience, and you know, me and Suggs, probably the best. To be fair, there ain't many live streamers out there at the moment. Probably the best live streamers around. Suggs is number 2. Obviously, I've got a gold jacket, so don't think he's got a gold jacket, has he? But let's do it. Let's do a little. Let's do what is it called? Not a quiz. What's it called? I'm not gonna. Hang on, wait. It's called a. When you ask a question, what's it called? Survey. Let's do a little survey. Let's do a little survey. If you think that, and then I'll add them up for you at some point. If you think that I'm the best gardening streamer, put hashtag SJG. And if you think Richard Sugg is, then put hashtag Suggs into the comments. You have 1 minute starting from now. One minute, hashtag SJG or hashtag Suggs. Put it in the comments. You know, I'll be counting this one. You know, I'll be making sure I know exactly who won this. If you're listening on the podcast, then you can tweet this in whenever you listen. If you listen this far, if you fancy it. 30 seconds left. Hashtag SJG. Hashtag Suggs. 15 seconds. And 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I will be counting those up instantly to make sure that I'm number 1. And if I'm not, then I'll just tell you I was, and I'll make sure I just put my own ones. Then I'll get all my family just to start putting hashtags in there. There we go. Wow. Tonight we have got some best bits of the show, but instead of that, for the next part of tonight's show, me and Richard sit down and talk about the year, our 2020 year together. This is exclusive content with me and Suggs. It's really great to chat to him. I love chatting to Suggs on the show. I love chatting to him on his show. He's become a good friend since I met him only a couple of years ago. But we've got a shared love of podcasting and gardening and just being generally good people. Well, he is. I can't exactly say I'm not good. I'm great. Anyone? Anyway, me and Suggs sat down and we chatted together about our 2020 year, some of the highlights, some of the lowlights, and some 2020 resolutions. Enjoy. So we've got podcaster to the stars, Mr. Richard Suggett.
That's me.
How you doing, mate?
I'm good. Yourself?
I'm well. I'm doing okay. Did you have a good Christmas?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. How about yourself?
It was all right. It went really fast. Surprisingly, I did burn the turkey. Unsurprisingly, and I did accidentally turn the steamer off for the vegetables, which the missus had going because I wanted to play some Christmas music. That was a bit of a mistake, but apart from that, all good.
Yeah, well, was it badly burnt, the turkey?
It was no, it wasn't. It wasn't the worst it could be. It wasn't the worst it
Right.
could be. I got distracted, Rich. I got distracted
Yeah.
by festivities.
Easy to do. Very easy to do. That's why I think I've said to you before, I cook mine overnight on a really low heat. I put it in the night before, I set the timer, it comes on its own, and then about an hour before we eat, the timer finishes, it makes a beep, and I take it out of the oven. It's ready to go.
You've got it
So
sewn up.
easy.
In 5 to 6 years' time, mate, I just hope that I'm as good as cooking turkeys as you.
Yeah. And I tell you what, the turkey I cooked this year was so beautifully tender and moist. Oh, it was delicious.
Oh, I like, mate. Right, stop showing it.
Yeah.
The reason.
Happy New also.
Go on,
I
you
was
say.
gonna say Happy New Year.
You're not allowed to say Happy New Year until it's New Year.
But it's only a few hours away, so I'm getting
You might
in
as well say it. You won't get me on the phone if not. Happy New Year to you too, mate.
there. Yeah, exactly.
That's why I've got you on here. I wanted to talk, if there is any. I mean, I thought, what could we talk about tonight? I thought, what could we talk about the best of 2020? What were your highlights? And that's pretty tough in this year we've had.
Yes and no. It's been an interesting year, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I've got to say, I'm going to be probably quite selfish, and I kind of turned this year into a bit of a positive for me.
Go on.
Well, I'm probably going to upset a lot of people, and I apologise for that. But because in the first lockdown I was furloughed for 3 months, I had nothing to do except for my garden and my podcasts, and I threw myself into it. And you know what? I absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it.
Every time I spoke to you on the phone, you said you were enjoying it. It's quite funny. Actually, I was speaking to Dale about this only the other day, and I said, obviously, I didn't have furlough. Some people might say my whole life is furlough, but it's not. But I didn't get it, and I did. I saw people on furlough, and didn't massively do much, but you really made the most of it, mate.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to get into the habit of not being used to getting up and going to work, because it's so easy to do that when you have nothing to get up for. And I wanted, and Amanda, my wife, she was still working, so she was like, "Well, you got to, otherwise it'd take the mick out of her. I'm still in bed while she's working." So she's like, "You've got to do something." And I was just like, "Well, I've always wanted to spend a lot of time in my gardening and podcasting to try and make it work." And that's what I did. And I got so much done. Okay, there was a lot of mess made at the same time that I'm still clearing up, but I got so much done in that, I want to say, quite a short time. 3 months, it's quite a short time in the grand scheme of things, but there's so much that we did throughout that time. I can't even remember half of it, to be honest.
Well, 3 months is a big chunk of time, but at the actual time, you didn't know it was going to be 3 months, I suppose. So it's sort of doing jobs that, if someone told you, "Oh, you got 3 months off," then you'd think, "Well, that's a nice bit of time. I'll get loads done." But if you don't actually know when it's going to end, then it's a bit tougher, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, that was always the fear, is that I start a job and then my boss calls me up and says, "Right, I need you to come into work today," which did happen towards the end of the 3 months, but all the way through. I mean, I didn't think it was going to go on as long as it did. I thought within 3 weeks we'll be out of it.
Yeah.
Rather naively.
Yeah. I think everyone thought that. It's certainly changed. It's certainly a year for change for a lot of things, I suppose. Our chat, we chat a lot about garden centres, me and you, on the podcast and off podcast as well. What do you reckon? Would you reckon? I mean, for them, obviously, it's been quite a big difference to a year. Well, for any retail, really, but for us, as talking about gardens and garden centres, it's got to be a big change for them.
I'm hoping they've learned a lot of lessons from realised they need to do an online service, because it would have kept them open during that peak time when everybody was looking for something to do. And just having that option to sort of ring up your local garden centre or go online and say, I want this, this and this, go down and get it, or it gets, gets delivered.
Yeah.
I think garden centres could have been raking it in at that time had they been open. Unfortunately, they weren't allowed to.
We only talked about it a year before.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if only they'd listen to us, mate.
Well, this is it. They should have listened to us. I think now they have realised that people do want to shop online. People do want to buy garden stuff online, and I think that from what I'm seeing out and about now, that they have taken that on the board.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my experience with garden centres over, especially at the start of the year, I didn't massively get to them. I did use online quite a bit, to be honest with you, for different bits and bobs. The best thing that I think I mentioned about a week or so ago is Perrywood, who we went to go and interview, actually.
Yeah.
Their garden centre.
Yeah.
The best thing I ever seen from them is their drive-through compost area. It was
you mentioned that. I've not had a chance to talk to you about it. Tell me more about this.
No. So I went to the garden. So I went in and asked someone. This is I can't remember what month it was. I recently went back about 2 weeks ago. I went back there, and that's why I spoke about it, because I was like, I never really spoke about this much because this is quite cool. Like, I don't see anyone else doing it. But I went in the garden centre and said, "Oh, where's your compost bit?" And he's like, "Oh, out front." I was like, "That's a bit weird." And then then I found, like, right out front in the car park. So that's a bit weird. So I walked out, and so you jump in your car, or if you don't go inside the garden centre, I suppose you drive in. You drive to the back of the car park, where it's a bit like, I can only describe it as like a compost drive-through grotto. There's just bags and bags of compost either side of the road. You just pull up. It's all like COVID secure. They just say, "What do you want?" You pop your boot. They chuck the compost in your boot for you, and then boom, you pay by card, and then you drive off. You don't even get out of your car.
Fantastic. I like that idea.
I thought it was genius, really. I mean, we talked about this once when we designed our own garden centre.
We did. Yeah, we definitely did. I think it's a great idea. Obviously,
maybe that's where the idea came from.
Maybe it is. Perry would probably listen to you and went, "I like that idea."
I didn't think about that. I'd have to ask him next time I go.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it. Most people go to a garden centre for compost, and that's probably the number one thing they go for. I mean, obviously plants and everything as well, but when they need to go, it's normally compost.
Yeah,
on a regular basis, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I don't big Perrywood up too much, but they had, the reason I went there most recently was to get some peat-free compost, and they had such a big. On the flip side, I went to another garden centre just before Christmas, not far from me, and they only had one bag of peat-free. So it's it's a bit, there's a lot of difference between the garden centres and that side of things, but yeah, compost drive-throughs, mate, future.
Yeah. Now, if only we can get plants on a drive-through as well, we think we're onto something.
I mean, could be good, mate. I think that could be a winner.
Yeah, I reckon so. Yeah.
So yeah, brilliant. I like that. So yeah, I think like I say, we talk about garden centres a lot, and I think that they've obviously changed things up quite a bit. I mean, I don't know if you've been in one recently, especially over the Christmas period, but very little Christmas stuff. In fact, I went to one, and the Christmas stuff was at the back of the garden centre, which was quite nice to see.
Actually, that's the couple I have been in. One has quite a lot of Christmas stuff. It's the one you and I went to, actually.
Yeah.
And where they had all the barbecue stuff when we went there, right at the very front. That was all the Christmas stock. Whereas everything else was as it was before, but there was a lot of Christmas stuff.
Yeah.
But there's another one which is rapidly becoming my favourite garden centre at the moment, which is just down the road from that one. It's a family-run garden centre. The amount of Christmas stock that had was minimal, but they had a lot of plants, a lot of gardening stuff, which is what I want.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I wonder if that sort of thing will keep up. I'd like to think that they're well, especially at the moment, they need to be essential shops, don't they? Let's be honest. They don't need to be selling Christmas stuff, because that could mean that they could potentially close. So I wonder if it's a hard one, because you'd like to think it would be really busy, but obviously the lockdown and tears at this time of year have stopped that from happening. Had that not been the way, then maybe, I don't know. It's a bit of a tough one, that, isn't it?
Yeah, I think at the moment we've gone into tier 4, and that I don't want to say it came out of the blue, but before that we were tier 2 and everything was hunky dory.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden we're in tier 4, and I think garden centres are still allowed to be open.
Yeah.
But I think they've only got through by the skin of their teeth. As much as I love gardening, I don't consider it an essential service in the same way as I consider a food shop or a pharmacy.
I think I'd agree with that. I think back when this first happened, the time of year allowed that to be an essential thing, I think, because of the growing season. And not you know, I love garden centres and that, but I'm not so sure at this time of year. I think February time, when people are actually going to go, I mean, if we're going to look at it as essential, it's going to be grow your own, isn't it? I mean, that's the only way you can essential, really.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad they are open, don't get me wrong.
Oh no! 100%. Yeah, anything they can stay open is great. But you know, I mean, there was a big thing at the start of the year, wasn't there, where we couldn't get them open when really they should have. Was necessity back then more than it is probably now. Yeah.
But had they been online or done a click and collect service, then they could have still traded.
Wouldn't have been a problem, would it? It wouldn't have been a problem. I mean, all right. So I get this is a bit off. No, it's not actually. It's sort of the same thing. So I read the other day about the wife, or the now ex-wife of Jeff Bezos, and she had stocks in Amazon in January that for about 4% stocks, they were worth 17 billion. So not a lot, 17 billion. Oh, they've just been. She's just got it through now in an email, I suppose. I don't know how it works.
Yeah.
Them stocks now worth, same stock, 45 billion, just because of the increase in internet sales. The reason the reason I read about it was because she's just given away 5 billion, just a 5 billion to charity. But
I'll be happy with a small amount of that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I might message her. But it just shows like how online has really just you would have thought in January that Amazon was peak, but obviously it just keeps going, doesn't it? So you know, without rambling on for 2 hours about garden centres and the internet, that sort of shows like how that sort of thing is growing, and as an industry, you probably need to jump on board that still even more now, I think, you know.
I think the whole business models at the moment are changing. They've been changing for a few years now, and I was reading about how more and more services are moving completely off topic, but I think this is irrelevant for the garden centre thing or even gardening in general. A lot of more of the sort of newspaper services are moving away from and are basically behind a paywall because it's more sustainable. The subscription service is more sustainable. And I could see a garden centre going down the same route, becoming a subscription service in some way.
Yeah. Or even like I can see this happening now. I'm going to call it now, right, Rich? In the future, I feel like there could be an Uber garden centre.
Yeah.
I reckon that is going to be. I feel like that could be a thing. Uber garden centres where you can call call for Uber, do it, but you can text for a plant or something like that, and it will come to your door. I've got a feeling about from a garden. It could happen from a garden centre. That could be a like Deliveroo. It could just come from a garden centre.
I think it's happening. I think it's happening.
Yeah. But you talked about online subscription, things like that. This year has been the year of the digital garden shows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
that wasn't it was.
They were better than nothing, don't get me wrong, and for all the businesses involved and getting something out there, they were great for that, but they just lacked the atmosphere, I feel, that you get at a show. The hustle and the bustle of all the people. As much as I don't like being around people, there is the atmosphere that goes with it that I felt really makes the show enjoyable.
Yeah, I think I'm with you 100% of the way there.
Yeah. Now, I don't want to knock the shows that we've had this year, the online ones, because it's the best they could do. And in some ways, there's probably a way they could expand on their normal shows by doing a bit more of the online stuff as well as the actual show to get a wider audience, those that perhaps can't travel as far or on the day or something.
I think I'm with you. I mean, I was part of RHS Chelsea this year, and don't get me wrong, I was really happy to be part of it. I thought it was good to be asked to do it, but it lacked really. It was just YouTube videos, really, which happens all the time. And I don't, it did cause some sort of buzz, and it was new, and people were like, "So it's just Chelsea," so they were like, newspapers were watching it and reading it, and great. But you're right. Like, there can be nothing better than just actually physically being there. And I know we couldn't be there. I think maybe the one thing that lacked in the festival shows thing was live. Like we do live well, and I just feel like maybe that the live aspect has sort of been forgotten about somehow.
Yeah, I think one, because it was rushed through because this came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
That they didn't have time to prepare or do their research on how to make the lives work.
Yeah.
Also, I think quite often when people who aren't perhaps, I don't want to offend anyone, but tech savvy, they think of lives and they think, oh, it's just somebody holding a phone up and walking around like that.
Mm-hmm.
You and I know it can be so much more than that. We can add so many little videos and stuff and cutaways and things, different camera angles.
Yeah.
And we're doing this in a shed.
Yeah.
Yes, we've got nothing that special to do it with, but we can do it. And until someone out there goes to these businesses with actually a way of showing them how we can do it, such as my mobile wheelbarrow film studio. Nobody's going to quite realise the potential of the live shows.
No, that's true. But on the flip side of it, I did enjoy seeing in people's gardens that you probably wouldn't usually see.
Yeah,
from people that maybe you wouldn't generally hear from. On the plus side, there was some nice bits of it, which was good. It was nice to see other people's gardens and get their thoughts,
Oh.
maybe more personal.
Yeah, I was talking about the shows, not the garden, not people's gardens. But yeah, no, on the
No,
garden side.
I'm with you. But on the shows, the digital side of things, obviously a lot of it was recorded. A lot of the people that recorded it was at their own homes, so you got a little bit of insight into them rather than just being on stage.
Yeah.
So that was like looking at a positive side. That was quite nice, but
Yeah.
nothing gets away from actually being there. I think.
Well, yeah. I mean, I come to this from the point of view as a punter, from like yourself, where you didn't have to leave your home. It was probably a bit easier for you in some ways, and to get a hotel and travel, losing a day, traveling either side, and basically working while that show.
Yeah, I enjoy that, but I enjoy all that stuff. I think as a positive side of it, I think it would be really great to see everything from the online bits be added to the show, maybe even incorporated into it with the lives of an actual show. So people that, unless we can't all get to shows, sometimes they're sold out, sometimes they do cost a lot to go to. They'll probably go up a lot more in 2021 because less people are going to be able to go to them. So to bring people from the outside in who wouldn't usually, I mean, I heard people say, "Oh, I never got to go to RHS Chelsea before." It's great to actually get to an insight. They didn't really get an insight to it, really, but they felt part of it. And I suppose it's including people that can't actually physically go to the shows. To add that to them would be quite nice.
Yeah, I completely agree. But like the RHS Chelsea show this year, was that actually RHS Chelsea? Because was anything filmed at Chelsea?
No, no, it wasn't. It was classed as RHS Chelsea, but it was actually filmed there. As my neighbours will tell you, as they saw me come out of my shed with a smoke machine and big exposure.
Yeah, you sent me the video of that.
Yeah, good, eh?
It was good. It was very good.
Like I say, it was everything was a bit rushed then. I suppose no one really realised it was going to happen, and I don't know. How do you see the shows in 2021, mate? Because there's rumours that Chelsea might not happen now, and if that falls, I feel like all the other shows might fall as well.
When's Chelsea? Is it normally May, isn't it? So it's fairly early. I think some of the early ones will certainly be cancelled.
Yeah.
The events that I usually go to, press event, that's cancelled. Gardener's World, I think, is still going ahead at the moment. That's not till June, maybe even July, off the top of my head. But I think that one will still go ahead, depending on, of course, on how this virus goes. But when I think back to June last year, we were pretty much under control by that point.
Yeah, it seems like summertime. I mean, let's be honest. Like winter, everyone wants to be inside. It's always gonna have a little bit of a peak. Once we can actually get outside, physically get outside, then and people don't mind sitting around. I mean, at the moment, I think back in June, I was sitting out in a park somewhere, enjoying a drink with my friends, and I don't think I'll be doing that in the winter. So, yeah, maybe, hopefully by then we will sort of get back to something. I don't know. It's really difficult, really, to look forward to, really, isn't it? It's a tough one. I really hope that it do continue. But I get if there is a rumour that Chelsea might not happen. I get it because there's a lot of millions that go into that show.
Yeah,
and I don't think they can pull the plug on it a couple of days before.
No, well, everybody who buys tickets and is prepared, taking time off work to go to these events. But then, if I was to buy a ticket for a show next year, I know I'll be buying it at a possible chance it's going to get cancelled. I'll be disappointed, but it's the same as going on holiday. Not that I plan to go on holiday next year, but there's a good chance I won't be able to go. So
yeah, that's
it's a bit of a risk take.
if you're going to look at any shows next year, do you think you might go to? What might they be, mate?
I really want to go to Gardener's World live again because I really enjoy that show.
Yep.
I would love to go to Chelsea, and next year might be the year if it goes ahead.
Yeah.
Apart from that, I might do some of the smaller shows for a change and go around those. I mean, I really want to go to the vegetable gardening shows. Harrogate, I think, has a big one, and the Malvern Autumn one. They're probably on my list as well.
Yeah.
The one show I wish that was still going, but it was cancelled years ago, was the Edible Gardening Show. That, you know, I'm into my edible gardening, so that was what I really want to find out about.
I believe I was at the last. I think I was at the last Edible Garden show. I think maybe they saw me and Dale on stage and thought they peaked and thought, "No, it's not worth it." I don't know. But that was a good show. It wasn't a massive show, but it was a good show. That was it was, you know, I thought it was a nicely rounded show there.
Yeah, I mean, I went to the one at Alexandra Palace, and I think from what I was understanding is when it's in the normal place, which I can't remember where it is, it's a lot better than what it was in Alexandra Palace.
What we might have been at the same. We could have passed each other at the same show.
We could have done. We probably did.
But we didn't know. At a shed.
I can't remember seeing him at that. But
could have been the same show.
We could have been. I was quite a bit more shy back then, so I didn't go there. I didn't have my mobile podcasting stuff then, so I was going there completely as a punter.
Yeah. Wow, crazy times, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think you're right. I just really want to. I mean, this year was meant to be the year, especially for us. We talked about it, didn't we? To go and visit gardens as well. Like, we were going to go and visit so many gardens, and we squeezed. Did we squeeze one in? No, we didn't. Did we? Did we squeeze one at the start of the year or not? We go to Chateau just before Christmas last year, was it?
Yeah, we went to Chateau last year. Just before that, I think January we didn't go anywhere, but you came down in February. We went to the CD Sunday event.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
And I think it was just like a couple of weeks after that this all kicked off.
Yeah, it wasn't too far away, was it? Because I think I did CD Sunday, then I did the school tour. Oh no, CD Sunday, press event, school tour, lockdown.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Because I was meant to go to another garden with someone else as well just before lockdown, and that got cancelled, obviously. So.
That said, in the middle of all of this, we did go to Westdean Gardens.
That's right. Yeah, first time you've been there, isn't it? Did you?
Yeah.
What did you think of the place?
Well, loved it. I love it even more now because I thought I was going to go to more after that, and it never happened. I think we talked about it on your podcast, didn't we? But I really enjoyed it. I thought it was such an amazing place. I think it felt. Even more because of what we'd gone through, because of lockdown. I'm not saying it's like, you know, there's been world wars and stuff which have probably been a bit more horrific than what we've had to go through. But because of what we've been through and being so enclosed, and then actually being able to go to visit a garden, it felt awesome just to be there. To be fair, it didn't matter what garden it would have been, but that was definitely a good one to go to for my only garden visit of the year. So it was nice, man. I loved it there as well. It was really, really nice set out. And also, I mean, for anyone that's a bit of a you know, scared about COVID and stuff, it's really nicely spaced out and well done.
I was going to say, because it wasn't that busy while we were there. Everyone had slotted times for arrival, but there was, I want to say, a lot of people there, but because it was such a big site, there was so much space. I mean, we spent a lot of time just sat under the tree because it was so hot, but we were not, closest people came to us was probably about 10 meters away the whole time.
Yeah. I was about to say to you, actually, I wish we went on that walk now, But then now I remember how hot it was, that maybe it wasn't a good idea that we went on that. Remember that walk up the top bit? It would took about 2 hours to get there. We would have
Yeah,
spent
yeah,
that-
up to the
No, no.
orangery or something, wasn't it?
yeah, that's it. Yeah. But next time we'll do it when it's a little bit cooler.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I go to that place quite regularly because it's one of my favourite gardens. But yeah, that was such a nice day out, and I think when you had Matt Biggs on as well, he sort of said he's made an effort to sort of go and visit a garden more with one of his friends.
Yeah.
And it just got me thinking, yeah, absolutely. That's what I really want to do more of when we can.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I think it's been one of those years where I've thought a lot more about. I mean, I talked about it recently about like buying less stuff and spending money. Like I've bought a lot of gardening stuff, and I'm quite cluttered looking around my shed. I'm quite cluttered at the moment, but like spending money on actual like visits to gardens would be a much better use of my spending fund, I suppose. The best way to put it.
Yeah.
Experience places, and you know, I really enjoyed going to West End View, and it was good. Like memories were made, mate.
Yeah, definitely. I really enjoyed going. I mean, I've always enjoyed going to gardens, and that's something I've also missed this year, is actually going and visiting places like that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, was there any others I've visited this year? And I think that was the only one.
I've been don't get me wrong, I've been on a lot of walks to woodlands and fields and beaches and stuff, mate. Plenty of them, but I've not actually been to many gardens. So so there we go on that front.
Yeah. Yeah. So what's been your highlight for 2020?
There's been a few. One has to be. I tell you what one is. And I'm going to play a little bit later on in tonight's show. Is we forget about this because it feels like such a long time ago. And it was quite a big achievement. I'll come to what it is in a sec. The 24-hour live we did. I mean, that was quite a big at the time. We did it. And we're like, yeah, cool, we did it. And then only recently I looked back through the footage of it. I thought, I can't believe we did that. Really, it was such a big thing. I feel like it sort of happened, and then that was it. It was done. And we just sort of like, yeah, we did it. And thinking about stuff today, I was thinking about some of my highlights of the year, and that has to be up there, mate.
Yeah, definitely. It was definitely a highlight for me. One, because we raised quite a bit of money for charity, which was our main aim. Two, the audience interaction, the people that got involved. You know, we had people that sat with us the whole 24 hours. We had people calling in from the States and Canada, and all getting involved and just supporting us. And we did nothing more than what we're doing now, really, did we?
No, it's not just 24 hours.
24 hours.
It was amazing. Like I think we both we had a long list of stuff that we wanted to talk about, and we didn't get through a lot of it because we were chatting pretty much throughout the night to people, which was quite cool, really.
Yeah. I think the way we had set up, because we had planned every hour what we were going to talk about in advance. And I think because we had done that, I would do that again because it meant we didn't have to think. Yeah. But actually, we ended up pretty much throwing that out the window.
Yeah, it was good, man. I think as an achievement, I think as a highlight as well, I think that has to be up there. We can probably talk about it now and again, but we don't talk about it enough. I really want to do it in the new year, though, or not too early in the new year, but when we can actually sit next to each other, I think is the main thing. I loved it. Was good doing it, but I don't know about you. It felt quite lonely, even though we were chatting to each other. It still felt quite lonely sitting on your own, if that makes any sense.
It would have been better had we been next to each other, of course. And I think also the technical aspects of things were quite difficult, such as we had videos so we could nip to the toilet or or just so everybody had something to see at the same time. But then we had phone calls coming through as well, and I was dealing with all the technical aspects and trying to answer the phone.
Yeah.
Had we been next together, you could have dealt with one thing, I could have dealt with the other. A million and one other things that could have happened. That's why we did it. That's the first time we did it, and we learned from it.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, without you, it wouldn't have really happened too well, because there was points which I turned up, or I went to go to the toilet and didn't come back for like 5 minutes, and you were on your own. I just really sat there, and you were doing all the technical stuff.
Yeah, but you, before all that, you did a lot of the artwork. You did a lot of the contacting the charities and getting people involved. So it's not like you didn't do anything.
No,
but it was more the technical aspect. Once you've hit that button and everything goes live, well, people probably don't realise what. There's a lot going on behind the scenes. So you've got to make sure: am I going out okay? Can people hear me okay? Can I respond to the comments good enough? Can I? There's a lot going on, basically, all at the same time, while you're trying to maintain that conversation with the audience.
Yeah, that's it,
yeah,
definitely. We should do it, man. Next time we're allowed to actually allowed to be sitting next to each other. I don't know when that's going to be. Let's do it. I reckon it'll be about April, May time anyway. I don't think it's going to happen anytime too soon. But
yeah, well, I think last year we did it in May, so I think if we try and aim for May again,
yeah,
it'd be great. I mean, we've spoke about a few ideas on how we're going to change it up. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do that next year, but perhaps the year after.
Yeah, year after. I think I'll just be happy next year just to be able to sit next to you, mate. and do it. It'll win. Everything else, everything we talked about at the time, all expectations have been lowered considerably for happiness stakes. As like, I'll just be happy to be there.
Yeah. definitely.
So yeah, so that's got to be a highlight. What else? But I'll talk about the tour later in tonight's show, but the tour has to be a highlight for me personally, because that was especially even more now, because that ain't ever going to happen for another 5 years probably. That sort of thing, it's very unlikely to be happening in schools.
I think it will happen sooner than that. I think once this vaccine's out there, probably not 2021, sorry, but 2022, I reckon you'll be able to do the tour. And of course, hopefully by then, or certainly by then, we'll have your school program up and running.
That's it. I mean, this has been a year where, everything sort of changed up a bit, and yeah, the school plan, I'm well excited about it. I keep forgetting sometimes, even though it's Christmas, sort of keep forgetting it's coming out. I'm not sure. I have got a launch date for it in Feb. I'm not sure yet if it's going to come out in Feb yet. So
you've got to make it happen.
I've got to make it's going to happen, but I'm not sure if Feb's the right time. We'll see. We'll see is basically what I'm saying. But let's stick to Feb now. That's my working on stream.
Make it happen. Just make it happen.
So yes,
Feb.
Make it happen. That's it. So yeah, school tour was great. 24-hour live was great. And some of I really enjoyed doing the M&S stuff as well. Like when we went into and the Flymo stuff. When we went into lockdown and doing those bits and keeping people, I would come into my own a little bit there, because that's what I do. I like keeping people entertained and getting families and that involved. And I think with the M&S stuff and the Flymo stuff, mix it all together, I think we got about 1 million different views and families and that involved in that. So it was quite a cool thing to be part of. I really enjoyed them bits. Did I enjoy them? I did enjoy them. I mean, if this is the thing, like I talked about people on furlough. I mean, during that time, I was doing all them sort of things. I've never been so busy at home. So, But yeah, it was fun.
Yeah. I mean, that M&S campaign, I think that literally launched the same week as your school tour, wasn't it? And that was like a week before lockdown started. And
very different.
I don't know if that worked quite well for the M&S campaign, because all of a sudden, oh, what do we do? Well, we're shopping anyway, and we can get this. Or if it worked against him because people were like, oh, what are we going to do about finances?
Yeah, I
bit of a
mean,
conundrum there.
I don't know about M&S. It's a tough one with M&S. I don't really know about who they're aiming towards, whether they're aiming towards their current customer base, which I don't know if that's a worry. I don't really know about that sort of thing. What I do know is it did change up a lot, and obviously at one point we're saying people come into the supermarkets to buy bits and get your free little tubs. I've probably got 1,000 of them somewhere sitting in this shed. And the next, you're like, well, if you're coming in for essential stuff, you can get it. It was a really difficult one, I think, for them as well. It was a PR. I'm sure it was really difficult for them. I don't know how you as a company you deal with that. I don't know. It's a hard one, but anyway, we did it. I enjoyed being part of it, which was quite cool. It's never the year. Not the year that I thought I was going to have, but it was definitely an exciting one.
Yeah. I think it's safe to say 2020 has been the year nobody thought they would have.
No one knew where it was going. But yeah, so we got 2021 coming up in the next few hours, mate. What's your New Year's resolutions? What you saying?
Right, my New Year's resolution, I've already kind of started this, is that I'm going peat free completely.
Yes.
We've chatted about using the use of peat in our composts a lot, and I think 2020 I made an experiment because I discovered somewhere that sells peat-free compost as exactly the same price as peat-based compost.
Yeah.
And I mean the bags are identical, and I bought a bag of each to grow plants in and compare the two. There was no difference. So to me, I've just went, well, I'm going peat-free, and that's 2021 resolution. Hopefully more people out there are going to join us, because the more people that go peat-free, the more chance we have of getting peat bogs dug up, or less peat bogs dug up. So,
you want to get them dug up. Still get them dug up, but just go peat-free, everyone. I think you're right. I think that's good. That's a really good resolution to have, mate. I think if everyone did that, I don't even look at anything other than peat-free now, and that's probably because we've talked about it this year, and I found out more about it, and maybe people got involved. And it's very funny that that sometimes we do these shows, you're not really sure of the impact you have on it. Maybe you think, oh, actually, I don't know if anyone's really cares or anything. But it's funny. I do hear a lot of people saying about peat-free now. And obviously, these little things and other things that people talk about on YouTube and podcasts and stuff obviously make a difference. They do make a difference, slowly but surely.
Yeah. I think getting that, talking about it more without being preachy, but just talking about it and saying, I'm going peat-free, or peat is bad for this, this, and this. Not telling people what to do, but just putting the information out there seems to work better. And it makes people just sort of think, yeah, you know what? I can do this.
Yeah, I mean, as part of the school plan, I've been writing up about peat-free and teaching the kids about peat-free compost. It's just beautiful, man. I just love writing about it. I think this is, if this school plan goes into every school in the country, look at how many kids are going to be only thinking of peat-free. That's all they're going to be thinking about. We talked about garden centres and their struggles and their the mafia type people stopping that sort of thing from happening. And the only way of really dealing with it is through consumers and how they buy. So yeah, that's how we can put the pressure on that sort of thing. So yeah, brilliant, man.
Definitely. What about yours? You got a resolution?
I have. I mean, I've got this thing at the moment. I'm really getting. I keep mentioning it, like minimalism. Yeah. So in my own personal life, I'm getting rid of stuff, right? And in my gardener life, I'm also doing the same. The only balance is, I mean, this year I've been sponsored by Flymo, which is amazing. Don't get me wrong. I love being sponsored by them. I've got 4 lawnmowers, mate, from Flymo.
Yeah,
I don't need 4 lawnmowers from Flymo. I don't know why I'm keeping them. And as soon as I mentioned that, everyone starts popping out the woodwork and like, why do you say that? I need a lawnmower. You know, in this sort of industry, you do get given a lot of bits and bobs. I've got about 4 or 5 spades. I've got, you know, so much stuff. Like I've got 10 forks, like ridiculous amount of stuff. Like in the lockdown we had this year, I had boxes. I mean, massive boxes of seeds. I've been given them for school tours. There's only so many. So I went on the school tour in March. I was given loads of seeds. I was literally, honestly, I was throwing them out like that. I was literally, the kids were going away. I still had boxes of seeds left, like ridiculous amount of seeds. And also I had seeds from other things. Like when you ask companies for seeds, they are so kind and great about helping me and providing them. But they send too many. Anyway, so I was keeping them. I thought I'll keep them for other school stuff. Obviously, when you do more school campaigns, you get new ones, and they just keep building up. And so I gave away loads during lockdown. I just put them out the front, and we got rid of loads around our town, and which was great. And I felt like a little bit of a weight lifted off me. And then this is this sort of, I mean, I've only really talked into it this year. But having a bit of a I'll work out how to say it, minimalistic gardening life might help me a little bit focus on stuff. The balance is that obviously that works great. A lot of the videos I've been watching, I don't think there's a minimalistic gardener yet, so wait for that new idea to pop out my head and be out there. Could be a new podcast. Write that down.
Minimalist gardening podcast.
Yeah. The thing is, damn, that's a good idea. I'm gonna do that. Doing that with the videos I've been watching. I've been people without kids, and you know, there's got to be a balance with Olive and my thoughts and life and stuff. So I can't get rid of all the amazing toys and gadgets. I think mainly it's me, just reducing some of the stuff I've got. And having a bit of a clearer, like there's always that thought of, oh, what if I need this?
Yeah. It's interesting you say during the first lockdown, I cleared out one of my sheds and I had so many spades and forks, and I've just gone. I only really use one at a time. Okay, I like to have a spare one in case it breaks at a crucial moment. So, at the most, I'll need 2 spades, 2 forks, 2 hoes. Probably don't need 2 rakes, but you know, I'll just keep those. And everything else I've got into my garage with a view that I'm going to pass those on to people who want to get into gardening as and when it happens. But a lot of the stuff I find, you know, I've got this seed sowing contraption. My brother bought it for me years ago. I used it once. It's sat in the shed and I've not used it since.
Yeah. that's a bit like getting a bacon machine, you know, like not bacon as in the pig ones, but you know, bacon as in bread bacon kits. Bread, one of them. And they sit on the side, don't they? You do the bread once and then they're never used again. It's like that sort of thing, isn't it? But in gardening terms. So yeah, man, that's my New Year's resolution, like in life, but also in my gardening life as well.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be interesting to see how you get on. Excuse me, sorry. See how you get on with that, because
you'll find out if you listen to Minimalist Gardening podcast. Oh dear. More stuff to do.
Hey, it's worth it in the end.
That's it, mate. So yeah, man. Look, thanks so much for coming on today.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me. It's been great to chat and interesting thinking over this last year of what's actually happened.
It is, isn't it? It's strange looking back. I know we could literally chat for 5 hours straight, but you know, we'll wrap it for 2020.
Yeah, we'll save that for the next 24 hours.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, definitely. We'll have plenty to chat about it. Dude, thanks so much. I've really enjoyed. I've enjoyed coming on your streams. I've enjoyed you coming on mine. It's been fun, man. And obviously, if anyone wants to watch you, your show's coming up on Sunday.
Yeah, go live every Sunday, 6 p.m. We'll be out in the new studio by the time this comes out. Fingers crossed I get it done in time.
Oh, you've got to now.
I've got to now.
Do
Yeah,
it now, mate.
All the biggest trouble is going to be getting into shops to buy all the stuff that I need now. So, but yeah,
Oh, good luck with that. We look
cheers.
forward to seeing
Thank
it.
you.
Thanks, dude.
Cheers, dude.
Cheers, mate. There we have it. I hope you really enjoyed that. It's almost an hour's long of chat there, but we could have literally chatted for about 5 hours. Welcome back if you're just joining us. This is the Skinny Jean Gardener Show New Year's special. Great to have you here. We're here till 1 a.m. Oh, 1 a.m. everyone. Seeing in the 2021 new year, which I think we're all looking forward to. I might be on my own here. Could be on my own. But I think we're all looking forward to it. just a little bit. Just a little bit, guys. But thanks so much, Doug. Really enjoyed it. Like I said, we could have chatted for the whole 5 hours. We are going to do a 24-hour live stream. When we talked about this after the last 24-hour live stream, I thought, let's leave it a little bit. Now I'm really looking forward to it. I can't wait until we can get to sit next to each other for 24 hours. Maybe we could go longer. I'll talk to him about that. Maybe we could do a whole... He ain't going to like this if I suggest this, actually. A whole weekend? A weekend of live streaming? Is that possible? Can we stay awake for a weekend? We could if we did shifts. Oh, we could have a little nap, cat naps in between. We'll see. We'll see how we get on. Let's leave that. Let's leave that for later on in the new year. And straight after chatting to Suggs earlier on today, I set up a minimalist gardening podcast. So if you're around for that, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Just a little side project, guys. Just a little side project. So you might be able to listen to that later on in the new year. Loves making podcasts, that boy. Loves making podcasts. Loves distracting himself from the real work that is the school gardening success plan. Now, I don't want to talk too much about the school gardening success plan right now, but I do want to say that it all came off the back of the Skinny Jean Gardener school tour back in March. I must say that I watched Joe Wicks do his school tour a few years ago, and it looked incredible. It looked great. He got in touch with so many. Obviously, this year's been. He's almost a billionaire now, so maybe I've got some way to go to be Joe Wicks' side of things. But I saw him go around the country and get in touch with so many schools and do so many things, and I thought I'd love to do this for gardening. Some people, mainly me, have said, "Oh, you're like the Joe Wicks of gardening." I said, "Yeah, I am, but without the Richmond mansion." But I thought, yeah, I really love to do this. If you don't know what I do, I think a lot of you watching tonight probably do know. I'm massively into kids gardening. This streaming thing I love doing. I love creating community, and I know we love doing stuff on here, and the podcast is fantastic. But you'll see that a lot of my interviews that I do, a lot of what we talk about, not massive amount, like I try and reduce. I know because kids gardening is not for everyone, but roundabouts it sort of does come back around again. But apart from doing this amazing stream, an amazing podcast, obviously I'm big into kids gardening. I do a gardening entertainment show at the shows. We talk about kids gardening, go and do it. And I love it. I love it so much. And getting to schools is one of the things I'm always asked to go to schools. Can you come to our school? And a few I have done. I've gone to schools. Don't massively like charging schools. I know a lot of them. I mean, from the private ones, I don't mind going to them. But apart from them, why did I say that? But I want to try and get into more schools. And, I've done Colchester. I've done to a few schools in Colchester I love. But I want to get out there more and find out what the UK has for school gardening. Because I talk about it a lot. I go to schools in my local area, may travel to 1 or 2 schools around the country. I also am ambassador for RHS Malvern School Gardening, and I get to see them schools. But I've not really been up there to just anywhere upwards. And we went as high as Manchester. I got a nosebleed once I got up there. But it was an incredible experience. Like it made such a massive difference to everything. My mindset for 2021 has been focused so much on this. I know I talked about the minimalist podcast, but that's literally just a side thing that I'm doing for fun. But the school plan all came off the back of this tour, and I was going to do it, and I wanted a brand on board, and I was doing bits of M&S, and I said, do you want to do it? Do you want to do it with me? And they said, well, look, if you want to do it, sure. But, it's down to you. And so I didn't have to do it. In fact, I would have saved a lot of money not doing it. And they didn't give me any more extra money to travel the country, which is fine. But it was the best thing I think I've ever done. Travel around the country. I met so many children. We got 10,000 children in 1 week gardening, and it was so inspirational. It was tiring. It was testing at times. We had a lot of ups and downs, and I think some of you would have seen the school tour video. It's pinned on my Twitter. You can watch it somewhere on Facebook. It's probably got lost on Facebook. Go on my YouTube channel, which, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, hit subscribe. I've lost subscribers since doing this. I've not got many subscribers on YouTube, but somehow I've lost subscribers. How is that possible? Give more. Give more. Lose. I don't know how YouTube works. Go hit subscribe if you're watching on there. But yeah, it's up. It's pinned on my YouTube channel. Or if you go to my website, skinnyjeangardener.co.uk. Then the whole documentary is on there. I thought tonight, because it was such a special part of my year, and I really don't think, like I said to Suggs in the chat we just had, I don't think we're going to be doing that for a while. Maybe 5 years is an exaggeration. Maybe it's a bit much. Who knows? I think even once this is over, once we've got through this coronavirus thing, I think doing things like that could be hard. I remember at one point, just a sea of kids. I talk a lot about being like the Jesus of gardening that week and getting those photos. I don't talk about it too much in the documentary. I think I'll do it at the end a bit. But getting those photos, it was a comment from my brother. It was like, yeah, great. You're being like the Jesus of gardening. But what comes off the back of this? Like, where's the progress? And yeah, so that was, there was a lot of that going on, and like high fives. And I think it's going to be a while until we can really get the trust back and be relaxed around doing that sort of thing. So yeah, it was so I have to say that it was made even more special, that the fact that probably is not going to happen for a long time. But it did bring me all the way to the school gardening success plan, which I'll talk about after this. I wanted to show you just before I talk about that, and just a little clip, I think about a 10-minute clip from the documentary. I must say thank you to Aid from Agents of Field, Dale as well. Just a small team going around for this documentary, but Aid really brought it together and made it look amazing. Hello, Aid, if you're watching. But yeah, I really wanted to show you this. So here's just a 10-minute glimpse of that documentary. And if you want to watch it then in the morning or at some point, head over to my website and go and watch it and watch the full thing. It's only actually 40 minutes long. I was going to show the whole thing on here tonight, but I thought, it's New Year's. We've got stuff to do, haven't we? So here's a little clip from that documentary.
Welcome to the CG Garden School Tour!
This week I'm travelling the country and we're getting 10,000 children all gardening with little tiny seed kits. Plus we're starting 20 school allotments.
Say chili pepper.
If the children don't learn to plant stuff, we're going to have a whole generation that doesn't know how to grow vegetables, don't know where it comes from.
We're packing it up and we're ready to go. Don't worry about the camera.
No, I'm not.
Don't just get a bit hectic, isn't it?
It's amazing how many children don't actually know what some of the things that they've grown today, which is why doing something like this is really beneficial because it's just exposing them to all those different things.
I love it. It's an amazing feeling to see all 450 kids will get a go at growing something.
Right, so I'm really excited. Let's get on the road. Let's get them kids gardening. 10,000.
There we go. Day one of the tour.
The worst thing.
Yeah. Our stars wide awake, ready to go. How you feeling?
Good, mate.
Yeah?
I'm for it. Oh, God.
It's day one, mate.
Yep, day one. Been up for like 20 seconds, so thanks for filming me, Aid. Kind of posted first load of the kits today from Marks and Spencer's, so let's go and grab them. Get this, mate. I think it's so important that kids know exactly where their food comes from. So getting them grown from the tiniest of seeds into an actual plant that they can use in the kitchen is absolutely perfect. So that's what we're doing this week. Here we go. We're starting 20 school allotments and we're giving all the schools the product to do it with. So by the end of the season, we're going to have 20 successful school allotments all growing their own. What's going on? So we're at the first school, St Nicholas School in Newchurch. So excited. This is just before all the kids come out into the playground. And I mean, just look at them views. We've got amazing views here. It's a little bit chilly, don't get me wrong, but it's going to be a lot of fun. The biggest reason that I'm so excited about this tour is because, one, we're going to get so many kids gardening all in one go. But also, they're all going to take home these little seed kits and hopefully get their families gardening as well. And that's what it's all about.
In 5, 4.
With me, it's trial and error, and with the children, I think that's important. I get it across the children. You can try to grow something. If it doesn't grow, it doesn't matter because you can try it again. You can alter. Is it in the wrong place? Is it because we're giving it too much water? Did I plant it too late? Let's try those variables. But I think for children, it's important that they have a go. And that they enjoy it, because my club every Monday, they just absolutely love being outside, having a go, growing things, and they'll bring things in from home and say, can we have a go at this? Or I've had an idea, can we try this out? And sometimes you think, yeah, we can try it out, it probably won't grow, but the children love it.
So have we had a good time gardening?
Wow, because it is exciting. It's like it's a mass thing where the whole school, all the kids are getting involved. And, if the teachers are behind it, that means that once we leave the school, like we're only here for an hour, like once we leave, it means that education is going to carry on. And what we're doing here actually means something to the school.
Well, it's the life skills. It's independent, for when they leave the school, when they go to the high school, when they leave high school, it's knowing that they can actually grow their own things themselves, which they can then eat themselves.
Not everything comes out. It's children knowing that not everything comes out of a tin or a packet, and it's you get better flavour when you cook with natural grown things, and the taste better. It's better for you from a healthy perspective. And if they can go and grow their own produce, then to make something with them is a real sense of achievement.
Yeah, my name's Lee Connolly, the Skinny Jean Gardener. So today we're all going to sew together our seed pots, all right? You are the third school. Do you think you're going to be the third school? The best school? Yeah! Okay, let's see how we go on, all right? Right, so you guys have already got your pots? Just to start breaking that soil tablet up into your pot.
Getting a bit hectic, isn't it? Hectic but good. It's made me feel like I'm actually making a difference to they're actually thinking about gardening and getting involved and excited about it. I think a big percentage of the kids we're visiting and getting sowing this year, it's gonna start their garden adventure, and I really do feel that. I think it's gonna be a big thing. So I think, yeah, this is the first time I've actually felt like I made the biggest impact. So yeah, we're here at St Chad's, the first school of the day. 4 schools today, so it's going to be a tough old day getting around them all. Just setting up at the moment, setting all bits up. Looking pretty good. A little bit of issue with the rain, but today I think we're going to be lucky. Do you reckon we'll be lucky? Yeah, cool.
Who likes gardening here? Wow. Right, this is day 2 of the tour, okay? So we've got 5 days. We're doing 10,000 children. So shall we have a countdown to day 2? Yeah? Right, okay. Right, ready? 5.
Look, it's growing.
Is it growing?
Yep. It's like there and it goes up. It's really there. Oh, it's actually growing. Look at that, guys.
Okay.
Know that you want to be a gardener.
How did I know I want to be a gardener? Well, when I was your age, I never did any gardening. So you guys are like really lucky you get to do bits. And it wasn't until I was 26 that I actually started gardening. So then when I had my daughter, Olive, I wanted to get out in the garden more with her. So I learned more about gardening, really.
That's well good. Well done, yes.
How do we think that we can get the teachers more involved in it?
We could start gardening more as children, and then the adults would get ashamed that they aren't doing anything, and they might start growing themselves.
How does gardening make you feel when you do gardening?
Gardening makes me feel more active, energetic, and more like around the environment.
Yeah.
I don't have a garden because I live in a flat, but I use the windowsill and I grow lots of plants. But I stopped now, but I just try and carry on because my mum and dad don't have much money to buy the seeds.
And there you have it. Look, please go and check that documentary out. I'm so proud of it. It's a bit of my legacy thing that I've done, and it's like I say, so much has come off the back of it. The conversation we've had on this show, and I'm going to show just a clip in a second about some of the conversations. This guy, Mark Mackey, you all know him, team. You're part of the team. If you're listening, you would have heard him. If you're maybe new to tonight's show, that's cool as well. You may not have seen him, but it's been such a big thing. He's been doing so much work behind the scenes. I know. In fact, everything that Mark's been working on, and we're still yet to sit down and talk privately about this, but we must do it in 2021. Mark, I know, is going to go into everything we talk about in this next section. Is going to go into the School Gardening Success Plan Plus. But what come off the back of that tour, and what has come from conversations like this, what we're about to listen to in a minute, is the School Gardening Success Plan. I'm really excited about it. I'm launching it in Feb. Now, at the moment, I must say that we may put it back a little bit. I don't want to, but I realise that things with schools at this present moment are a bit oi. So at the moment, 4th of Feb, we're launching. We'll probably do a soft launch of it and probably get it going. And then for the full rollout will be in September. I would have thought that's going to be the way to head forwards. But, that's just me thinking out loud. But the School Garden Success Plan come off the back of conversations that I had with Mark. And it's really great. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you about the School Garden Success Plan after you've chatted. You've chatted? You've listened. Woo! Do a 5-hour stream, he said. Woo! Do a 5-hour stream. By the way, if you're going to watch, or if you have watched the school tour video, I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. Put it in the comments, even during this chat with Mark. Just put it in the comments and let me know what you thought about it. And yeah, if you were part of it, it'd be great to hear from you as well. Anyway, me and Mark, we've sat down. This is a few times we've sat on the show and discussed this, and this is one where we're just picking up ideas as we go along, and Mark keeps bringing them to me. I love it. I love it so much. His energy, I must say that there's a few people that call the show and really give me that push, and Mark's one of them people that really helped me create the school gardening plan. Like, really pushed it, and was through conversations like this, I woke up the next day and I thought, yes, almost held me accountable, really. Yes, we're on the right path. So anyway, look, that's enough of me rambling. Enough of me rambling, guys. Hit play and listen to me and Mark Chan.
I was, as you know, I'm doing some work for you behind the scenes, but I was talking to a farmer friend of mine about how we can maybe put a bit of an agricultural perspective into the program of plants that kids grow.
Yeah.
And he was like, well, so what, are you talking about an acre, quarter of an acre? Are you talking about a big area? And I said, no, not talking about that at all. What I'm talking about is teaching them a basic principle of, if you grow wheat, and you can grow wheat in a pot, it grows really quickly. The kids look at the pot and go, wow, that seed's come up so fast. And look how big it's grown, and look how quickly it's grown. And this could be growing on a windowsill in a classroom. And then you might only have like 12 ears of corn that the teacher takes, and they pull the husks off together. They grind it up in a mortar and pestle, and then they bring out a bag of flour and make something from it. But they teach the principle that this is wheat. You don't need a big area to grow it in, to show the principle. Now, couldn't we do that with other things? Like, you could just have 2 or 3 carrots growing on a windowsill. You could just have, obviously, the salad veg and all that sort of stuff is really easy, but you've got to make it stuff that kids actually want to eat. So what I'm thinking about is you bring it down to a really small scale where you could almost grow, I reckon, 8 or 9 significant plants actually in a classroom on a windowsill.
Yeah, well, do you know what? Since you talked about wheat a few weeks ago, it totally opened up everything that was going on, because I thought that was such a good idea, and I always think, especially for like when I'm thinking about the primary schools and stuff like that, I always think about my daughter Olive, and for her to see wheat actually be turn the flour and then bread, like all the whole process would totally blow her mind and would be unforgettable. So as soon as you talked about wheat, I just thought this is brilliant.
It should be so simple and easy to do. And because if you do it in a classroom situation, you don't even need to be outside. Now, obviously, with gardening, it's being outside. It's there's the health benefits, there's the physical exercise benefits, but you could also do a lot of stuff in the classroom that teaches you about. So if you grow a carrot in a really deep pot, you can explain about root vegetables that have to grow down really deeply. Now, it doesn't matter if you go to Aldi and you get 49p a kilo of carrots, and then the home economics teacher, showing my age there, sorry, cooks up some lovely carrots, and the kids get to eat it because they've grown 1, 2, or 3 carrots. They know how they've been grown. And then you can also teach them that we buy it in supermarkets as well, but this is how they're grown. And you can do this at home if you have space, if you have that sort of thing. So, yeah, I'm going to look into that a lot more. And
almost like classroom. I'm going to write this down because I'll forget. But like classroom garden, like proper classroom gardening.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, don't worry. I'll email you in a couple of days, mate, about it. It's I think that could be a really nice way of doing it. And also, even with schools that do have gardening and allotments, you can also start a lot of things off in the classroom, which you then take out to the allotment, and you do it on a bigger scale if you've got the space. But the magic for a kid is quite often seeing that seed sprout.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
It's almost better to have it in the classroom, because then they can look at it every day. Every day when they come into the classroom, has it come up yet? How big has it got? When it loses its first seed leaves and gets its first true leaves, being able to see it grow. So yeah, let's think outside the box a bit. Like I say, it's just something that came to me today when I was chatting to a farmer friend of mine, and I thought, let's shake it up a bit. I think we can do it differently.
I've not seen one of these on the market. I'm sure they must do them, but have you ever seen like almost a trug for windowsills?
I haven't, but that's a good idea, mate.
Copyright Lee Connolly.
2.5%.
Because that sort of thing, like you say, I think that is a really important thing to be able to see things in the classroom and constantly easy. I mean, if you've got something outside, which is great, but you're not constantly going out and seeing it unless you're going out in the playground.
And it's easier to water when it's in the classroom because the tap's just over there.
That's really true. Them little things, I think they're really. I think that's a really good idea, mate. I mean, especially for like, I mean, even for me, like I always talk about my own gardening education at school was very slim, and when I don't know why I'm admitting this, but I'm going to say it anyway. But Mummy did a lot for me. Mummy and Daddy looked after me, and it wasn't until I bought my own place and moved out that you realise how things are actually grown. You don't really think about that beforehand. Like I say, when I first started gardening, I honestly didn't know how potatoes were grown. I thought they grew on like a little tree that come out of the ground. I had no idea, which is embarrassingly ridiculous. But I don't want that for my daughter, and I think children should know where all this stuff comes from. Like bread don't pop up from the oven. That's it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and potatoes are another one that I think that could be done quite easily inside, because you get these potato bags that you can just put a couple of small sacks of compost in, and again, you only need to have a couple of spuds, and it could all be done inside, and then the teacher maybe can bring out some oven-ready chips, some potato waffles. She can bring out some, all the derivatives of things potatoes can become. She brings them out. He brings them out and shows it to the class. And
it's so funny about potatoes. The other day, I was literally talking to Olive, and we have these little conversations now. And I was saying to her, she had potatoes on her plate, and I was like, "They're chips." She goes, "No, they're not." I said, "Yeah, they are though. Like that is what is inside a chip." And a little head couldn't compute it. It didn't make sense to her. I know maybe I'm expecting too much. It's only 5.5. Yeah. But I'm like, no, that is a chip. And if they do that at schools, then that is an amazing thing for them to see. Like, would like blow their mind.
And it ties back into the national curriculum in so many ways, because you can talk about food production, you can talk about the social elements of restaurants and fast food, and you can talk about healthy eating, you can talk about growing, you can talk about biology. Like I said, I'm furloughed at the moment for a couple of days a week, so I'm seriously considering getting our head teachers to send me the national curriculum to actually read through it. I know it's a massive document, yeah, and just sort of see elements that we can, tie stuff in. But gardening is the food production is the root of an awful lot of different subjects.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? I've got something I need to write for someone tomorrow about being self-sufficient. So people growing their own fruit and veg at home, or mainly their veg, to be totally self-sufficient. And one of the things that I'm saying is, it's a beautiful dream to say that all your vegetables are going to come from the garden, but generally that ain't going to happen. Like, you'll get a good proportion, but you are never. Not everyone's going to be self-sufficient. So to still be able to, for children to still learn that, what our farmers do as well. Like, I don't feel like that's probably talked about enough. It don't just come straight out of the supermarket, but we can still buy it. That's fine.
Yeah, I totally agree, Lee. But I mean, before I moved to suburbia here, I had an acre front and back garden, and we did pigs, chickens, geese. We had probably about 30 square meters of fruit and veg production, and there was no way we could ever be self-sufficient, because the problem is storing it, stuff not coming at the right time. You get problems with harvests, and self-sufficiency is incredibly difficult. I mean, technically you probably could do it if you had 2 acres and you had a mixed diet, and you had room for animals as well. Doing it if you're vegetarian would be an awful lot harder, but self-sufficiency is I mean, best things to do is just to grow things that make you happy, grow things that you can talk about with your kids, grow things that are impressive with them, get them out. As I mentioned in that comment earlier, I think the key with kids and gardening is make it a regular thing, that you're out in the garden every couple of times a week, maybe 4 or 5 times a week in the summer, but even in the winter, a couple of times a week. And you do little jobs, you do bits and pieces. You maybe make sort of, bug houses from, I don't know, I think there's a book out there, someone that shows you how to make those.
Sure.
Yeah. But yeah, you do a bit of growing, you do a bit of gardening, you do a bit of pruning, you even get them mowing the grass a bit. If you mow your grass, you can get little toy mowers as well that the kids can use. You make it interesting. I remember Monty Don said a really good thing about how, because when I built Monty's first sort of like play area at the old house, I put it right at the top of the garden, thinking that he'd want this place away from the family and away from where he could have his own space. And Monty Don, I remember reading something about it where he said, if you're going to build a kids area, actually make it really close to the house, because the kids want to be able to still interact with you, still go off to their area, but then still come back and check in on you. So it's totally the wrong thing to do, is to make it right at the top of the garden, because they just sort of sit there getting bored. Whereas they need that interaction. It's little and often, I think, is the key sort of thing.
On that side, like that, having their space. I think I've talked about this before about Olive's had a little playhouse around the corner from everywhere I used to do bits and away from everything, and you couldn't even see around there when you were sitting having a barbecue or anything. And it was the worst place we could have put it. Like it was because she couldn't physically see us. It was she would just keep coming. She wasn't settled around there. As soon as we moved it to an area where one, if I'm potting around at the end of the garden doing a bit, she could be amongst it, and also that she could actually see when we were sitting down, see where we were. It was fine, but I think it's a good point. Like it's even just talking about kids' garden design is thinking about where you put that stuff is really important. Could possibly change between each child as well.
I don't know. I've got 2 little boys. They seem to be both quite rambunctious. But yeah, it's I know nothing about garden design. When I was at college, I was a crop technologist. I grew stuff. The garden designers were the frilly shirted brigade, bunch of guys that just went messing about with pencils and paper and
pointing
paint
stuff.
where we did the real important stuff. That's just me.
Mark, thanks for calling in, man.
Yeah, take care, mate.
I'll speak to you soon. You're on my hand as Cool Mark, so expect to call you next week.
No worries, mate. Well, I can speak to you when I'm out of furlough, so that's okay.
That's allowed.
The boss phoned the other day and I said, I'm 5 minutes into my hours out today. I can't speak to you. I'm on furlough.
I wouldn't have even said that, mate. I would just hung up on him.
Yeah. All right. Take care, mate.
Thanks, Lou. Speak to you later. So, like I say, you can see from that, there was just a little glimpse of a chat from Mark, that we really went in depth. There's so many ways you can go with school gardening. And, from that conversation, I did add it, and then I just thought, I'm not sure. And I know that from the school tour, the conversations that I have with Mark and everyone else on the show, that the School Gardener Success Plan is really an entry level for gardening. It's you get a hey guys, you get a veggie pod, a raised bed to grow in. You get seeds, you get compost, you get tools, everything a class needs to get gardening. And if you know, it's $4.99 for this kit. Along with it, you get a full-on 24-hour support from Skinny Jean Gardener team. You get, it sounds like, you know, hey guys, you also get videos for 3 videos a month for your gardening crew. So it's like a bit of a gardening club online sort of thing, but with the equipment. It's really great. If you want to check it out, skinnyjeangardener.co.uk/school. If you want to find out more about that. But like I say, that's not really launching until February. I'm really excited about it. It's giving me such great focus on what I'm doing. It's always been a question, I must admit, that, you know, this time of year we're always talking about resolutions and where we're going. I must admit that 2021 has been a very definite, I know what I'm doing with school gardening, kids gardening. And, you know, I love doing the entertainment shows. They're great inspiring kids, great doing campaigns and things like that. I must say that because I do enjoy doing them as well. But making the difference, what are you going to be remembered for? That's what it's all about. So, you know, with conversations we've had on the show, it's made such a big difference. I must say that it's not just Mark. Mark's amazing with what he's done. He's helped with the 12 shows of Christmas, giving out gardening packs, which has been amazing. You know, he's given wildflower seeds to Jenny. We had a Jenny on early on in the show, having her get 100 wildflower seeds. In fact, as part of the school gardening plan, we're doing wildflower areas in schools, and Mark's given us the wildflower. It's just amazing support from Mark. But I know that there's loads more of you who do take part in the show. Oh, I must say, there's a can of energy drink, nothing else. I must say to everyone that calls in and supports the show, and everyone that sends me messages on the podcast, thank you, because you really do push me along. It really does help me so much. And like I say, just by calling in, just by being part of it, I know that get deep. Let's get deep for the New Year's special. I love coming on here and chatting to you guys, but hopefully this brings you some entertainment, brings you some community, brings people together. But I don't think, without tearing up, I don't think you realise how much you guys do for me. Probably do. You're probably like, yeah, we know what we do, mate. We do all the thinking for you. How much you push me along, and I think anyone that's freelancing and gardening and does what I do and that sort of thing knows that sometimes working your own gigs can be a lonely place. And I really do. There's a few things this year, the school tour and just this podcast, that has helped push me and get me on the right track for 2021. So, I might still cry there. I felt it. It's coming. I must say thanks so much to everyone. Why do I feel like that? Why do I feel sad? I don't know. Quickly, let's move on to the next part of tonight's show. One of those people is Lisa. A lot of these people, it's fantastic because I'm doing this for a while, and I feel like a lot of these people are like my friends, and I've only spoke to them for the last 4 months. It's been great. Even Ian Beddoes. I know, right? Even Ian Beddoes. I must say before we get on to the next bit, poor old Beddoes. I must say before we get on to the next bit that if you've got any other ideas, if you want to put into the comments what you think about the school tour, about the kids' garden thing, I'd love to hear from you tonight in the comments. And hey, we're getting closer, guys. We're getting closer to the big 2021 launch. This is going to be the year 2021. Let's try and forget about it. Well, some of it not, but let's get onto the new year. We're coming up to it. We're very close to it. One of those people that have been pushing me along, and I've been part of her live chat on Instagram recently. They had a great chat on there. I felt so good from chatting to Lisa Marie over on her Instagram. We really got deep Well, maybe. Well, yeah, we did. Yeah, I talked a bit about social media and stuff and bits and bobs that was going on. But great to have her on the show back in. I think it was back in October, maybe. And just great to find out more about her. She's one of the people that got into Instagram and popped up into the community in 2020, and I was really happy to get her on and find out a bit more about what she does. So, without further ado, should we get straight into this one? Yeah, I think so. Here's a clip for me talking to Lisa Marie.
If by absolute magic, it's Lisa, everyone.
Hi, Louis. How are you?
Mate, yeah, I'm really good, thank you. Thanks for joining us
Oh, you're
tonight.
welcome. I'm still in work in the office.
Oh,
So I have like Nikki to the other side of the desk working away, and I thought, right, I'm just going to stop to jump on Lee's podcast.
Oh
yeah.
my god, we won't keep you for too long. We
No,
can do it
don't
enough.
No, don't be silly. It's nice to have a little break.
Oh, good.
So yeah.
You're working late.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit not too late. Late's normally a midnight finish for us. So yeah.
Lisa, can you for me tell me how to pronounce your surname?
El Khadraoui. So OUI is French, we at the end. But I'm not French. Yeah,
okay.
I'm Italian. So it's my husband's name.
Oh, and now it makes sense.
Yeah. It's a bit of a mouthful. Hardly anyone can pronounce it. And when we do get someone that can pronounce it, we're like, oh my God, you pronounced the surname. It's amazing.
Underneath the desk.
Yeah. So yeah. Yeah.
Thanks so much for joining us tonight. I really want
it's my pleasure.
I really want to speak to you about how because you really popped up in our radar, on my radar during lockdown.
Yes, we did.
How did this all come about?
So obviously we went into lockdown end of March, beginning of April, and it's always been an absolute, I suppose, dream of mine to start a kind of kitchen garden or plot. And actually Nikki, who's the other side of the desk, has had an allotment for 12 years, and she gave me my first canister of runner beans. And she said to me at the end of March, she said, look, take these beans and grow them over lockdown. And she gave me a book, How to Start Your Kitchen Garden. And I kind of just started it from there. And I thought, well, for our business, we had to shut the business down for 10 weeks.
Yeah.
We obviously couldn't go into people's houses. We couldn't go onto any construction sites. So it was just me, my husband, and my son at home. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to start a kitchen garden. And anything I could get my hands on to grow, I just grew. And we got a digger in. We started digging up the garden. We started laying paths by hand. I literally covered my office in seed trays and just windowsills, anything I could start on, and I did. And I then got exposed to the community in Instagram. Saw the likes of you, a really good friend of mine, Grow with Joe, Planting with Michaela, my garden girlfriends like Kelly and Kate. And yeah, it's just been a whirlwind because I haven't stopped, and there's no stopping me now. That's it. I love it.
Normally, everyone else just spent lockdown building like a bar or something in their garden.
I think I literally went full hog. I'd done a potting shed. I got 2 pop-up greenhouses. I built a 3 meter by 3 meter chicken coop that I most probably needed planning permission for, and I just stuck it. I got chickens. I just went for it. I'm a country girl at heart, so I come from a background of farmers anyway. My mum grew up in Ireland, and she had a working farm. And my dad grew up in Tanzania in East Africa for 20 years, and they lived in the bush on a working farm as well. So it was 2 extremes. So I have a lot of farming and a lot of just wilderness and wildlife in my blood. And for me, just to kind of pot around a garden and work land, yeah, I just love it. So it's so far removed from my day job and my company that I have. So I love it. Yeah.
What is your company?
So we do property development and interior design, and we also do garden designs thrown in on that as well. So we take everything from plots of land and we build things, either a single unit like a £10 million house or a £2 million house, right through to a block of apartments for help to buy. And then we put show homes in, or we do private residential where we do renovations. So we go in and renovate houses. So it can be a really stressful job. And we're running, you know, maybe 3, 4, 5 projects at a time. We sometimes run build portfolios of up to 55 million. So it can, and we deal with high-end clients as well. So it's a job that demands a lot of time, a lot of attention. So that's why I love at the weekend just getting out into my garden and removing myself from technology. So having like no emails around me, nothing. And yeah, so
That makes a big difference from just being away from the phone and the computer. I feel like I spend a lot of time editing and stuff. So just being able to go outside and away from it, balancing out.
And we just have like the music on in the garden, and Eden's just running around digging and being in soil, and I just love going around digging, pulling things up and planting things in, and having a whole day out in the garden and harvesting at the end of the day, and the chickens are kind of underneath your feet. And I love it because it just gives me a bit of a mental block from, you know, I'm very used to being around maybe anything from 50 to 150 men, which some women might say, oh my God, it's my dream to be around so many men. But when you're working on a construction site and you're managing a lot of men and you're dealing with heavy trades and electricians and stuff, it's also quite draining.
Yeah.
And you get home at the end of the day and you're just exhausted. So to kind of remove yourself and be in nature and be connected to nature is so important for your mental health. So yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. Where do you get chickens from during lockdown?
Oh, I track them down. I'm a woman that doesn't stop.
Some people even pick up a chicken from the supermarket, mate. You're buying them. Let's go around the garden.
I got them from a local farm. So we're like on the Surrey-Kent borders, on the M25 junction 6. So we have a lot of farming land around us, and I hunted down a local farm, and he said, yeah, I've got a couple of girls that I can bring over in a box. Sounds so unorthodox, doesn't it? And I said, yeah, I'll have them. And he said, do you not really care about the breeds? I'm like, no, they're going to be pets. If they lay me eggs, brilliant. And yeah, they're the best girls in the world. So yeah, I love them.
I've always wanted chickens, but I've just never been brave enough. That's allowed to have them.
Do you know what? They are the most placid animals. They're great with Eden. They're so characteristic. They just put around the garden and they give you eggs. They give you something back. We have a dog and 2 cats as well. And they give you a lot of love, but we get fresh eggs for breakfast nearly every morning, which is great. And Eden goes up, and before nursery, he'll go up and get the eggs and bring them back down. We'll make them for breakfast, and he knows where his breakfast is coming from. So, yeah.
That's cool.
I love it. Yeah, it's always been a dream. And you know what? My husband didn't have a choice. He came home and they were just there in the box. And I was like, well, we're building a coop for them now. He's like, I can't believe you've gone and got me chickens.
Does your husband like gardening?
Do you know what? He doesn't. He really helped me when we were digging all the beds. He was good. But I think that was because I had a digger in the garden. I managed to get hold of a digger, and he was like, oh, give me a go on that. I was like, no, you're not having a go on this. This is my toy. He was like, no, I'll do the digging. I'll be a man. I'll do the digging. So do you know what? Fair play to him. He dug the beds that I needed to do. But he has a completely different vice. And maybe when I say older, he's old enough. When he's a bit older, maybe he'll come into the garden. But he's just, he's not there yet. And I wish he was, because it's such an amazing thing to do. And it's really lovely, and it's just, yeah, being out there, and he does appreciate it, I suppose, when he comes out on a Sunday sometimes and sees what we've done and what me and Eden are doing. He gets involved for a little bit, but yeah, no, he's not there yet, Lee.
Well,
You have to persuade him.
Yeah, it'll come. Get another digger. I'll do it.
Oh yeah, I'm going to have a permanent digger in the garden.
That'll do it. We're doing weeding with a digger.
Absolutely. Don't do things by half.
Like coming out of lockdown, well, coming out of that sort of come back into work and stuff.
Yeah.
It's difficult to like continue like putting your energy into it.
Do you know what? It has been a challenge. I'm not going to say, because during lockdown, I'd literally get up in the morning and I'd be out there from, 6, 7 a.m. when Eden's up, right through to 6, 7 p.m. And it was all I'd done. So now I use my weekends and I try and have one solid day. So whether it's a Saturday or a Sunday, I get out there regardless of what it is. And in the week, unfortunately, I can't get out to the evenings. And now the evenings are a bit darker.
Yeah.
So yeah, I promised myself I get out there at least once a day. And for the dry spell we've had, I've been out there watering in the evenings and managing the greenhouse and still trying to grow everything. So I'm focusing on spring.
Yeah.
But I try and set everything up that if I'm doing one full day at the weekends, I can set everything up for the week that I don't need to go in the garden as much in the week. But I'm itching to get in there sometimes. Just by the end of the day, I'm like, oh God, I need to get into the garden now. And some nights I can't. We're going into an extremely busy period now. Come Monday, we're going to be back-to-back client installs until the end of October, where it's going to be late nights and early starts. And yeah, the weekend is the only thing I can do. So
oh, crazy.
Yeah.
Your son Eden, did he do much gardening beforehand? Before all of it?
So he's 2.5 now, and we really started it when he just kind of, I suppose March, he would have been, just turned 2 and a bit. Last year, when we were in our other house, he was in the garden, and we didn't do a lot of gardening because I was still very much running a business full pelt and had no time to do growing. We did garden design, but we didn't do growing. So we love nature, and we love, we have great wildlife societies around here and National Trust, so we'd always go out. But he didn't properly get his hands into soil until March this year. And that's when I exposed him to everything. And so, yeah, I suppose he didn't really until I got him out into the garden this March and could do everything.
Yeah, cool. That's a bonus.
And he loves it. Like, he is out there in his welly boots, sitting in soil, digging. And I line up all my little pots and say, right, put the soil in these pots, put them all in for mummy. Then we'll get the seeds. And he puts all the seeds in. And they say, come on, help me plant. So we'll dig a little hole and we'll put seedlings in the ground, or we'll sprinkle stuff. Or we made, out of your book, we made a bug hotel at the weekend. And we went collecting for stuff, and we found a frog. And
that's cool.
Yeah, so he just loves it. And he could tell you where everything is in the garden. He'd show you where the potatoes were. He'd show you where the courgettes are. He'd show you where the carrots are. He'd tell you not to touch stuff because they're not ready.
Really?
We've been harvesting pumpkins. He says, you can't touch that one. That one's not ready.
It sounds like he's in charge of this.
Oh, yeah. He project manages me at the weekend.
That's it. And you ain't got to think of anything.
Exactly. But he loves it. And I think it's so important to get kids exposed back into growing and gardening and nature. It's a huge thing that's close to my heart now with showing Eden, and also, trying to spread the word, I suppose, and get everyone growing now.
I think like 2.5 is like for my daughter Olive. That was like I got Olive sowing seeds when she was like 3 months old, and my wife thought I was mental.
Oh, I love that.
Mainly just she put seeds in, and I just sort of went.
You kind of just like tip the hand over.
Look, she's gardening. Look, everyone.
She's child genius.
Yeah. But about 2.5 is when she like really was like now can be a bit of a struggle. Like she's 5 and now she's a diva. Like she won't matter if it's just the right temperature for her and she wants to do what she wants to do. But 2.5, she was that was like the perfect age.
Oh, it is, and I think they really understand it at that age as well. So the more you can expose them when they start to understand, then they just really take a gravitational pull to it. And I find, he's going into nursery, and if I go pick him up in the evenings or my husband goes picks him up, they're like, Eden's been telling us he's been growing potatoes over the weekend. And ours will be like, yeah, they've been putting potatoes in there. Oh, right, okay. And there's actually one of our nursery workers that doesn't live far from us that will come round, and she's a massive gardener and grower as well. So her and Eden have this little bond of, what have you been growing, Eden? Well, I've been doing this and I've been doing this, and she'll come round and have a look. So that is just really lovely in itself.
You've got to admit that this year has been an incredible one for bringing people into gardening, bringing people into community, and just getting people growing. It's been an extraordinary year for that. I know we've got so many more millions of people interested in gardening, which means hopefully the garden centres will be more busy next year, team. Or Amazon, I don't know. We won't get into that now. God. But people like Melissa Marie, for instance, incredible how it's changed her life, and hopefully it's changed your life too. I wonder, actually, just like Lisa Marie, I wonder if you can put in the comments tonight if gardening has changed your life in 2020. Maybe you've just come across gardening in 2020. Maybe it's something new. Maybe it's something you've been thinking about and then just thought, I have a little... Or unlike Ed from... Hello, Ed, if you're watching. He doesn't usually watch this show, but he watches Suggs show. I only know him because he was on, I think his name's Ed. I hope it is now. Ed Loud, it is. He's very loud. He's not really. He was on the 24-hour show. Even back then, he was talking about growing on his windowsill. We must get Ed gardening in 2021. Don't think it's happened yet, but we're gonna make it happen. And he's not even coming on my show, but I'm just gonna make sure it happens on Suggs' show. So many people getting gardening, so many more questions coming in from new gardeners, and which is fantastic. So if you've got a gardening story, if you've just started gardening, whack it into the comments wherever you're watching tonight, whether you're watching on Twitter, whether you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, or even Twitch. Whack it into the comments. It'd be great to hear from you tonight. And thanks so much, Lisa Marie. You've been fantastic support. In fact, this is like we've got Jane Hickling coming up tonight, and Jane did an interview with us, and Lisa saw it, and it's about school gardening. And Lisa said, well, we can help support you by giving your class wellies. And through this show, I'm taking full credit for it, although Lisa did it. We got Jane's class to have wellies for gardening club. So, I mean, earlier on I spoke about the things we do through this show, and that is one of the things, just bringing people together, bringing the community together here online. That's why I'm doing tonight's show, so everyone can come together in the comments who might just maybe sitting at home, not doing much. It's New Year's. We're not up to much. Do you know what I mean? So maybe if your life has changed this year due to gardening, then whack it in the comments. Now, one man that we know has always, probably since birth, has been a gardener, and you literally just have to wind him up and away he goes, is my good friend Mr. Matt Biggs, who I've massively missed this year. I get to see Matt at a lot of shows. I remember I've seen him at BBC Gardeners World Live, I've seen him at the RHS shows. I get to hang out with him in the evening. It's just so great. I really I missed him this year. I missed seeing him, and it was great to get him on the show. Just to chat. It wasn't nothing really to sell anything. It was just to chat about gardening, the way gardening has changed. And we got into a fantastic chat, something that all these things I get talking about these bits, a bit like the Minimalist podcast that I talked about, and then all of a sudden I'm straight there. I'm like, yeah, I've got to do it. I'll get distracted. Like I'm like a like a, what's it called? Not a crow, like a whatever it is, shiny things. I'm like, oh, I must do that. And then Matt talked about a pirate gardener, and I was like, oh my God, that is awesome. I want to be a pirate gardener. Big fan of pirates. Jack Sparrow. Not so cool to say that anymore, is it? But that's that fancy dress out the window. Anyway, I loved this conversation. It was so much fun. And talking about pirate gardeners and the history. Matt knows so much about the history of gardening. He does write so many books about it. And I think the last time I had him on, he was at one of my live shows, one of the first live shows that I did, like it was in a really nice little cafe in Colchester. And we're doing proper live shows before the time of sitting in a shed and talking. And he came on and we did a podcast before that. And, you know, he's talking about what he does and some things. But this was just a pure, just chit-chatting about what he's up to. And we got onto pirate gardeners anyway. Do you want to hear it? Lucky, because we're going to listen to it. Do you want to hear it? If not, go and grab another sherry. Is that what you have on Christmas Eve? It's not Christmas Eve, it's New Year's Eve. Go grab another drink if not. But you probably don't want to miss this. So hit play. Been the most interesting person you've ever had to go and do research or go and speak to about a book?
Oh, that's a
big question.
Yeah, that is a big question. Because the thing is that over the years, I've been really fortunate, say like with Gardener's Question Time, for example, to meet some amazing, really amazing people. For example, there was a bloke called Roy Moxton, and years ago, Eric Robson, the chairperson of Gardener's Question Time, was reading a book called The Great Hedge of India, and I talked to him about it, and I bought the book. And basically, the British, when they were in India, to stop salt smuggling, because there was a high tax on salt in one part of India, so inevitably, you know, people thought, right, we'll smuggle it through from somewhere else. So they built a hedge that was it's a hedge, it was a thicket, about sort of 30 feet wide or a bit longer in parts, and that's like 2,500 miles long. So funny enough they said to me several years later, would you like to go and interview this guy, Roy Moxton? And I thought, flipping out, that's about the Great Hedge of India. So I met him at the South London Botanical Institute in the library as an elderly fella who lived in a flat above near Neil's Yard in Covent Garden. But that's where he'd done his research, in this beautiful old Botanical Institute. Lovely, lovely place. And we got chatting about this. And at the end of all this, I said to him, I was just chatting about him going to India because he loved India, obviously. He'd done all this research. And then he said to me, do you know, he said, I'm best friends with an Indian bandit queen. I went, what? He said, I'm best mates with an Indian bandit queen. I was like, you're joking? Yeah, tell me more. And apparently there was this, this Indian lady who was a bandit. She had a group of 30 people around her, and they would rob and what have you. And eventually she was caught and put in prison. And he was fascinated by her, started writing to her, and became really good friends with her. So when you get stories like that, I'll never forget this guy going, I'm best friends, or I know an Indian bandit queen. You just sit there going, flip it out, mate. Where'd you go from that? And there's a botanist that I discovered when I did my Great Botanist book. And he was a pirate and botanist, keep continuing that theme. So when he wasn't sort of trying to capture Spanish sailing ships, he was taking notes about nature and tides and the birds and the animals. And I discovered that he landed on Australia before Captain Cook. And I think because he was a pirate and had a real bad, obviously that's not a very good PR to have a pirate, discover it. No. So they had this official royal, party go and discover Australia. But, actually, this guy actually found Australia before everybody else.
That's crazy. No one ever talks about that.
No, and it was his name's William Dampier, and the reason I found out about him was I went to research another plant hunter, and I went to the plant sciences department at Oxford University. And there was a delightful lady called Serena Marner down there in the herbarium. And she was very, very, very slim, sort of getting towards retirement, but almost like translucent, really, really quiet, incredibly helpful. And she looked as though she'd sort of spent all her life in a herbarium under lights, or in the dark. She looked as though she could do with a good steak and a blood transfusion and a holiday in the sun. But she was lovely. She was an absolutely lovely lady, and I got on with her really, really well. And right at the end of the day, I just said to her, Serena, I'm really into William Robb the Plant Hunter. Is there anyone that really fires you up? And I'll never forget the transformation, because her eyes lit up, her face suddenly became animated. She stood tall, smiled, and she said, "Oh, William Dampier, the pirate botanist. I've not heard of him." And so she told me all about him, and I've again did a load more research for one of the books, and actually went to the place where he lived and saw the house where he was born in Somerset, back in the church, saying all about him. And he was so influential that Joseph Banks and Captain Cook, the great explorers, actually consulted his writings on tides and weather before they went and travelled to Australia. So you never hear about William Dampier, but he was another great one.
It needs to be a film about him. That'd be an awesome film.
It would be a really, really good film, because he was, as I say, he was capturing Spanish ships. He was, attacking the cities in Central America down into Colombia. And when he sailed back from Australia, he sailed back on a ship called HMS Roebuck that was so rough that it actually sank off Ascension Island. And he saved his, pressed plant specimens, took his plant specimens with him. They got to Ascension Island. He lived in a cave for 3 months, and eventually those pressed plant specimens got back to the University Herbarium at Oxford, and I've seen them. So I saw these pressed plant specimens that this lovely lady Serena Marner got out for me, and she's just a fantastic lady. She's just the best, because she's so knowledgeable about this guy and so enthusiastic. And I think the lovely thing about it is that she looks the least likely person to be fired up by it, and that makes it doubly exciting and makes her fantastic lady to know.
Yes, yeah. Probably doesn't get the chance to talk about it that often with such enthusiasm.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. But I was also really pleased that on that day I asked her, right at the end of the day, just before I was going, we're packing up ready to go, and it just crossed my mind, I'm into this plant hunter, surely she must be. And in the end, got a great story. I've got some books to read about him, and I've got him in one of my books, because he had to go in.
Yeah, definitely. How many books have you wrote now, Matt?
I counted. I've contributed to quite a few. So there were the Gardener's Question Time books, and I've taken part, if you like, in 15, and 8 of those have been books of my own. Yeah, wow. So that's a lot. A lot of writing. But and I would say the ones that I've done some big books. I wrote a book all about the Eden Project, and then I wrote a book all about the RHS. And I was really honoured, to be asked to write those books. That was a real honour. But I have to say that the ones that I've enjoyed were the Secrets of Great Botanists, just because it's packed full of stories and crazy people, and the Secrets of Great Gardeners as well. So real characters, real pieces of history, and it's just lovely when you unearth a great story.
Yeah, definitely, man. Matt, I was going to ask you. Before we've got a few questions coming in. If you don't mind answering them in a sec. But one of the things I was going to say to you was, obviously through lockdown, like you say, 3 million extra people have got gardening, and through what you do, obviously with Gardener's Question Time, have you had more and more people ask you questions about gardening than ever? And does it annoy you?
Yeah, do you know what? I'm getting loads of Gardener's Question Time. I think we're getting our standard numbers in. We're certainly getting a greater diversity of the questions and the people. and that's great. That's absolutely great. But what I seem to be getting, because a lot of people who I know are enjoying gardening, I seem to be getting an awful lot of emails from people saying, can you help me with this, what do you do, which I'm really pleased to do. But certainly that ups my workload, because I think everybody thinks they think that they're the only person asking that question. So somebody go, I know what to do, I'll ask Matt, so Matt sits here getting one, and then everybody else is thinking, I know what I'll do, I'll ask Matt. So I've been getting loads, and it has been getting quite tiring, actually. It's quite taxing, and because I've just got loads on at the moment. But I try and make time for people if I can, but it's sort of I'm starting to sort of wilt a bit under it all at the present time. But it's just so great that people are happy gardening. Good luck to them all.
Definitely, man. Let me just have a quick look. Are you right to answer some questions, Matt?
Yeah, of course I am, chap. Yeah, no problem at all.
Mark has said, can you ask Matt, when he was at Pershore College, what he studied? I was at Pershore 20 years ago.
Right, okay.
How did studying at Pershore shape his interest? It was a great time back then, and horticulture is so much fun. Young people should consider it more. We have great horticultures in the UK.
Yeah, top man, Mark. Yeah, I was. I did a national certificate in horticulture, nursery and ornamental, and that was my sort of basic training. And I'd say that was really from September till the following May or something like that. And it was great to go there. Pershore in those days was Pershore College of Horticulture, like it was when Mark was there, it was quality, and we were very fortunate, I think, because the college has got a reputation, and that was one of the reasons why I was glad to get in there. So I think it's and the world has changed. I think it's a shame that we don't have colleges of horticulture specifically anymore. Pershore does do horticulture, and lots of other colleges do, but obviously because of trying to keep going, they have other courses too. So yeah, so 20 years ago at Pershore, it would have been a great time to be there. I mean, I have to admit that I was there a little bit earlier, so I was there 83 to 86. I'm not between 83 and 86. That was 1983, 1986. But yeah, cracking place. And how did it shape? That's an interesting question. I think because I was very early on in my career. I'd worked on a parks department. I'd done a lot of sort of tidying and what have you, and basic stuff. And it was just really good to get somewhere where we learned about gardening.
Yeah. Do you when you left school, was gardening one of the things you always wanted to get into straight after you left school?
Do you know what, Lee? It wasn't. I had no idea. See, I left school at 16. I know I wanted to leave. I showed no aptitude for anything other than talking and having a laugh. I remember got on one of my school reports said, Matthew must learn that, school is not just a social occasion. I just enjoyed sort of, laughing and mucking around with the lads kind of thing. Yeah. And so I looked at all sorts of jobs, and I sent out loads of job applications, and the one that came back was a clerk for the council, and I worked in the housing department when I was 16 and got a trainee clerk's job. But it was 3 years of being fed up and realising this wasn't the thing for me. And I used to help my mum in the garden, just tidying up. And my dad would take us walks around the country when we were kids and show us, the lovely, teach us to look and see and observe and what have you. And I was working on the 13th floor of an office block in Leicester, and looked out one day and saw the guys sort of mowing the lawn. It was a lovely sunny day, and I thought, I wonder if you're able to be a gardener, because nobody told you that. So I started doing my own research at the careers office down the road. Right. And little by little, I thought, you can be a gardener. And then I can't do maths. I haven't got a maths O level, so that held me back. But in the end, I was able to get into Pershore if I did a year's practical. So I got a transfer from the housing to the parks, did a year's practical, and that was effectively just sort of sweeping and tidying up and cleaning toilets and stuff. And that was a big disappointment. But I knew that I suddenly thought, this is what I want to do, and this is what I've committed myself to. So it was. But what was great about cleaning the toilets every day is that it's been a sort of a benchmark. So everything I've ever done since, I go flipping out. Do you know what? I used to clean the toilets every day, so I can honestly say I started at the bottom.
Yeah, you see.
Hey, I'm here all week.
Literally, I can imagine you've said that joke a million times.
but it, you know, it is a good, you know. So I've been in the rainforest, and I go, Matt Biggs, you started out cleaning toilets every day. Here you are standing in a rainforest. You know, here you are, you know, going to these wonderful places, meeting these great people, seeing these great gardens, and you started as a toilet cleaner and a litter picker. And also being a toilet cleaner and litter picker is a really good sort of motivation, a real kick up the backside. Because I tell you what, there's no way I was going to do that forever.
No, that's it's nuts, isn't it? Richards asks, what tips can you give for someone who wants to write more about gardening?
Well, I would say these days, Richard, the lovely thing for everyone is that, you know, start a blog or what have you, and because you have to learn to write. I did English O level and got a grade C. So again, I was nothing, you know, I was no great checks. I've always loved reading, and I've always loved the English language, but I was not greatly educated in it. So I would say start a blog. And the other thing is, I'd say to you, do a lot of reading, try and understand how the language is constructed. Who do you think are really interesting, you know, people to read? Look at the different styles of writing. There's loads of different styles. You know, if you read a ghost-written autobiography, it's like in the first person. It's as though you can hear them talking. But whereas other things might be more instructional. So I would say to you, but I would also say to you, it's no way to earn a living. It's hard graft. So have that, you know, get yourself a proper job, and then, you know, have that as a, you know, the icing on the cake. Because if you depend on it, it's quite tough. And as we've stated already, it's time consuming. But what you must do is give it a go. I think with anything that you fancy, give it a crack. Don't ever deny yourself an opportunity. Because if you go, oh, I'd really like to do that, but I don't think I can. Well, how do you know that you can't until you've tried it? And you might find that it's not as bad as you think it is. So have a crack at everything. And once you've had a crack, if you decide that it's not for you, then that's fine. But you go, I thought I wanted to do this. I gave it a go, and I didn't think it was for me. But at least you made the decision afterwards rather than denying yourself the opportunity. And I think that's really, really important.
Yeah, it's so true, isn't it? Just get going is the thing, isn't it? Just get started. Well, we are getting so close. Thanks if you've been around since 8 o'clock tonight watching the show. And thanks to Matt Biggs. It was great to everyone. I love chatting to Matt Biggs. I think that geezer has got a podcast in him. Just sit him down in front of a mic and don't say anything. Don't ask him any questions. Just say hello, Matt. And away he goes. And that'll be an episode. Matt, if you're watching, let's make that podcast happen. Making podcasts everywhere tonight. Oh, I've talked so much tonight. I feel like I'm getting a bit tired. My jaw's hurting from chatting so much. But it's New Year's. It's good to be here to celebrate with you, everyone. Although not entirely live. I'll be in the comments, no doubt. But yeah, happy almost New Year is coming up very soon. And thanks, Matt. Pirate Gardeners, whatever next. I still haven't got that book, and I'm going to look for it. I need to ask Matt again what it is. I think it's like the history of gardening or something like that. I put in the comments. I think Sean James knows. If he's watching, let me know what book that is, Sean. But there you go. Great chit chat. Like I say, we could chat to him for hours and hours about writing books and everything. No doubt we'll have him again back on in the new year. If you want him back on, whack it in the comments. Hashtag bring back Matt. Also, this year, we chatted to Jane. I mentioned Jane earlier on. Lisa Marie helped her out after this discussion about school gardening and what she does, and sent a whole load of wellies to the school to keep their feet nice and dry. Hopefully they're not like my wellies. I won't name the brand because we'll probably get them as a sponsor next year. Probably not. They're not really. They're not for you. They leak. So went into a puddle the other day. Wet socks. So thanks to you, brand.
Hashtag get Lee new boots. It's the 2021 thing. But Jane, anyway, back to Jane from Allotment Cooks. Got her on. She was fantastic. Once we got her on, we got her on the phone in the end. We didn't get her on the screen. So fantastic, so full of energy, and all once again, it's back to the school garden. I do say that we try and push that out. But again, just really inspiring to hear what people are up to. So before we run out of time tonight, let's head over to that. Hello.
Hello.
Mate, what happened?
I've no idea. I'm having a complete mare. I think it's because you sent that link earlier and I thought, oh, I'll try that, see if it works. And I tried it and it worked, but then it's disappeared.
Oh, no. Do you want to do it over the phone? Should we just chat over the phone?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, as long as you don't mind. Thanks for joining us, though.
That's all right. Sorry, it's not sort of visual.
Doesn't matter, does it? At least we get to chat to each other. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to have you on. I felt like the start of the show I was basically just waiting for you to come on because I know last week the reason I want to talk to you is because of all you're doing with schools and community projects and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's been really, really crazy. It's just gone absolutely mad. And obviously my day job is a teacher, and that's gone really mad, obviously, because we're back at school now as well. So, yeah, it's really exciting. There's loads of brilliant stuff going on, but it's just crazy.
Jane, how long have you been a school teacher for?
What year are we? 20 years. 20 years.
Wowza. So you've seen it all.
I have seen, yes, I would not even be able to repeat some of the stuff, but yes, I have seen it. So I know the tricks as well. I know the tricks.
Yeah, you found out how to do it, yeah, to make things work.
Well, no, the kids' tricks. They think they're doing it new, but no. We know.
It's all been done before.
Yeah, totally.
So when did you start trying to? So you're secondary school, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So they say there's a reason. I'll tell you what, Jane. There's a reason that I don't do secondary school is because of them tricks that these kids get up to. I think I usually go to primary schools, but it interests me so much about how you can get it into secondary schools, because a lot of people say, "Oh, it can't be done because kids are just too busy in secondary school." Yeah, it is. It is really, really crazy. I mean, I think mostly when it comes to secondary schools, you get an awful lot of maybe special needs schools for secondary who do actually do quite a lot of growing projects. There are more and more schools, secondary schools, who are doing growing projects, but they tend to be sort of for those children who have already disengaged, if you like. So they tend to be the ones where they're just trying to enhance them in some way and get them interested in something to keep them in education. And that's actually quite sad in a way, because sometimes it looks as if they're being rewarded for bad behaviour. Yeah.
Which isn't really sort of the route you necessarily want to go. But obviously, if we're looking at well-being and children who need nurturing, yes, sometimes they are the kids who don't behave, but not always. And you know, well-being and children and well-being is something which is being talked about more and more. And actually, it's now Ofsted requirement for schools to actually have some sort of nurture and well-being in place for students and staff as well.
It's definitely. I mean, back when I was at school, this sort of thing was never talked about enough.
Right, in terms of sort of mental health and well-being.
Yeah, no one ever talks about it.
I think the pressures are so different now. Obviously, they have social media, so you have the pressures from that as well. But they have so much on their shoulders. And actually, just GCSEs have changed so much in the last 20 years. And they're not the subjects they used to be. I know for some of the GCSEs I'm teaching now, it would have been A-level content before, and we're sort of trying to get this to 13 and 14-year-olds. So they are stressed to the max, and it's not surprising because they have so much going on. And like you said, this is a problem really with secondary schools, is because there's so much going on. How do you fit other sort of enrichment activities in to support kids?
So how do you do it?
It's going to be tricky, I'll be honest, and especially in the current climate. Now, it's actually the kids' idea, this, which is fantastic. We have what's called a mobilised team, and it's some kids have got together really specifically with the idea of seeing how they can support each other in terms of mental health and well-being and so on. And it was their idea to actually have a growing project.
That's cool.
Which is really, really cool, because I had no input in that whatsoever. And, you know, I've been sort of like the secret internet teacher for many years. They have no idea sort of I do all this online stuff. So, you know, as soon as I heard this, I was like, yes, right, okay, let's get on this. But it's also really interesting because obviously during lockdown, when we were doing remote teaching, quite a lot of the things I was doing with the kids was actually wellbeing based, and it was like the Great Tomato Challenge, for example. So every single Wednesday, I set this little challenge for them. And right at the beginning of lockdown, when nobody could get any seeds or any growing equipment or anything, or even go anywhere, I thought, right, what can I do that they can actually quite simply do at home? And it was just the idea of grab a tomato from the fridge, throw it in any bit of muck that you can find anywhere, have a plastic container, plastic bag, sorry, plastic, but it was what was to hand, create a little mini greenhouse, whack it on the windowsill and see what you can grow. And so many kids are just like, actually grown something. I didn't think it would work. In fact, actually, some of the teaching assistants who did it as well, I actually grew something. And they're amazed that they grew. And not only that, I mean, the whole idea of the competition was as soon as the first tomato appeared on anything, we're going to measure them to see how tall their plants are. And one of the girls actually grew a 6-foot tomato plant.
Oh, wow.
I know.
That's
And at
impressive.
the time, it was taller than any tomato plants I had in my polytunnel. And she sent me this photo of us stood next to this giant tomato plant.
That's so cool.
Yeah, really cool. So they really brought into it, and actually, you know, the staff and the students all brought into it. And one of the kids, again, not knowing my secret identity, challenged me to a pumpkin growing competition.
Oh, dangerous.
Very dangerous. But then it's like, this is quite interesting. So that was actually the next challenge, which we managed to start off before the summer holidays. Technically a bit too late to actually sow pumpkins, but, you know, we went with it. And that's really because they had lots of year sixes, so kids coming from primary schools up to secondary. Now, usually we have a nice little transition there where they come to sort of have a little day at the school. They can see what it's about. They can feel a bit more comfortable about where they're going and who they're going to see. So actually having this pumpkin challenge, I did a video specifically for the primary school to right, you're joining in on this.
Right.
You're
That's a good
a part
idea.
of this. You know, just to give them that sense of belonging. And I think really with wellbeing, it's that connect as well as the activity, which is really, really important.
That's such a good idea, because my daughter, she's 5 and she's just gone into year 1, and she missed out on all of that. And even though she's staying in the same school, it was quite nerve-wracking for her. So I can only imagine as a year 6 that's going into a bigger school.
Yeah,
To be
change.
to be part of something of that school that you're moving into, don't half make a difference, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really interesting because I'm not actually teaching many of the year 7s this year.
Right.
I did pop into one of the classrooms when the teacher was having a techie issue. They asked me for a techie issue. I don't usually have such issues, honestly.
I'll show them this.
And I sorted it out, and I could hear one of those kids going, "That's the pumpkin lady."
Oh, brilliant.
I just looked, I was like, oh, they're so sweet. I'm the pumpkin lady.
It's always good to be known as something. Jane, I was once known as the alpaca man, alpaca poo man, so don't worry.
Oh, yeah, you were talking about alpaca poo the other day.
Yeah. So sort of big money. If you ever want to earn some money, Jane, sell alpaca poo.
Well, I have to say, where we're going to have the plot, the patch at school, according to sort of some people who were at the school maybe sort of 20 or plus years ago, it used to be a farm. There used to be a school farm there. So actually, I'm really looking forward to digging down and seeing what the soil is like, because there's a potential for some really nice soil down there from sort of leftover, sort of well compacted sort of, you know, poo.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Jane, were you a gardener before all of this? Like, what got you into gardening?
Yeah, I'm sort of one of those people, you often hear it as well, and I'm one of them where, you know, my grandparents had a huge garden. So, you know, I have lots of childhood memories of, you know, going picking peas and shelling peas and stuff. And then with my mum, we used to go foraging. So that's where the cooking side of it comes in. So yeah, when I first lived on my own, I did actually have this really cute cottage in Northampton, and I had this big garden and I grew stuff in it and it was lovely. And then I became a teacher, and then we moved to a house with a tiny little postage back garden, and it was just like ridiculous, and really wanted to grow stuff. So got allotment.
Oh, that's cool. And then when did the whole allotment cooks thing come about?
That sort of, I think I probably had the allotment over a year by that stage. The allotment cook started in 2015. And it was a bit of a whim, to be honest. I had lots of ideas for lots of things to do with all the produce I had, but then I sort of had the glut, like most of us do. And I thought, right, I need some more ideas. So I just started up the Facebook page, and then, people started joining, more people started joining, and I was, oh, this is quite interesting, actually. And the idea of the page was, it is a members page because it allows you to have files in it on Facebook.
Okay.
So when people sort of suggest a recipe that they've tried and they've tasted and they've adapted and it works really well, it goes in the files. And then next time somebody asks, well, it's in the files, we've already got it.
Oh, wow. So it's just a massive database of things you can...
Yeah, we've got sort of over 300 on there. And I think sort of a year in to Allotment Cooks, sort of some of the Allotment Cooks members can't find everything. And then they asked me to do a book, so then I put a book together, which is actually easier. But still wanted it to be sort of available. So I've gone onto Pinterest as well. I've got the web page, which I need to pay more attention to. But life's pretty hectic.
Isn't it?
But yeah, there's always sort of recipes accessible, which are really, really good.
It's so fantastic. Please head over to @AllotmentCooks on Twitter to find out what Jane's up to. Really inspiring to hear what they do at the school. It's, I've visited a lot of schools this year. It sounds like a pretty cool school. Pretty cool. You can get through this. Pretty cool school to go to. Got there in the end. Pretty cool school to go to. But yeah. Please go check her out and what she's up to over there. It's really fantastic. And, I meet so many great teachers, parents, teaching assistants, everyone in the education system and that want to push gardening. It's people like Jane that really make that happen. I'm just here to inspire it. Like the school plan, for instance. It works brilliantly if I was doing it. It's got to be the teachers that want to do it. That's the thing. Like, it's got to be people like Jane that want to do it. Even though it doesn't work, it does work. I mean, we literally hold the teacher's hand and say, "I'll help you." They've got to want it. Do you know what I mean? They've got to want it. I can't literally walk up there and go, "All right, I'm down in Cornwall in a minute. I'm up in Birmingham at the moment with my spade. Let's go. Right, see you later." Can't do that. But through the world of digital, I can be everywhere. Scary, I know. I know, right? But people like Jane have pushed that out. The inspiration, the encouragement, the excitement around gardening in schools. I've done with some of the people we've seen tonight on the show. Another person who regularly pops up, and I couldn't leave him out. It's only a very small clip tonight, but I know in 2021. That this is going to be the thing that I will be watching, and it's Mr. Sean James Cameron. He pops up on the show, and maybe a month or so ago, he came on to talk just a little bit about gardening by the moon, and I find this really interesting. It's a different way of gardening, and it's something that I really like. There's some amazing stuff out there of Grow Your Own. And gardening, but I'm always looking for a hook. I'm looking for something like what makes it different. And gardening by the moon is something that I've heard of, only from Sean actually. I think he's the only person that's ever spoke to me about it. But it's something I'd like to watch. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'd like to see how you garden by the moon when you sow things, you do things in the garden a little bit differently. As me being the minimalist gardener, hey guys. Side plan, guys. Anything that I know from hearing from Sean, that he doesn't have to go to allotment as much anymore. because there's specific times in the calendar that you can go and plant stuff or sow stuff. That sounds pretty minimalist to me. Don't take that idea, Sean. So I thought just before New Year's, I'll just put a little clip of Sean talking about gardening by the moon. Let me know what you think throughout this chat. We'll do a whole podcast and oh, hold on a second. Hang on a sec. Wait a sec. Hello?
Hello. I'm out doing a bit of gardening by the moon.
Is it? Do you have to have your top off?
Well, it's quite hot in London.
Yeah, I know, but well, this is not like.
But on the allotment site next door, I noticed that somebody's put artificial grass on their plot.
No, they haven't.
They have. It's a bit too dark to show you now, but they've got it on, and they've cut holes where they've put the crops in.
Take a photo. I need to see a photo of this. I do not believe it.
I'll do it for tomorrow night's show.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Cool. And then we'll see it. Unbelievable. We'll do a whole artificial grass tomorrow because I'm not having that. You're gardening by the moon.
Yes.
Well, are you putting trousers on, aren't you?
By a street light.
I didn't know you were still doing that, mate.
The train will be going past soon, so you might be able to. So you might be able to see it.
Is it not really, really dark at your allotment?
Not if you've got a torch on.
Is there many people up there?
No, there's nobody else here today. They've all gone.
Yeah, I bet. I thought there must be some sort of closing time on the allotment.
No, you can stay. Well, the rules are you're not supposed to stay overnight, but you can always go down to the supermarket at 12 o'clock for a cup of tea and come back, and then that's not classified as being overnight.
Sean, you're always there for a loophole. I like that.
I will tell you a secret, which not a lot of people know.
Oh.
But about 7 years ago, I was homeless for about 3 weeks. And I actually slept on my allotment for 3 weeks.
And how was it?
Summer. After the first night, when you got used to the sound of the foxes scrapping at the door, then it was quite nice. You got up with the sun, and I got up with the sun. Then I went down to the gym, had a shower, and then when I went back to the plot, people thought, "Oh, that's Sean just starting his day at the plot."
They were scraping at the door.
Yes, the foxes. They were at the door, going, "What's in there? Is there something to eat?"
Oh, mate, I don't like the sound of that part, but good.
But
Well,
after
good.
a night or two, you get used to it. In fact, you feel a bit disjointed if you don't hear the noises at the door.
Mate, I feel like you're doing like a Halloween special. Are you filming this tonight or not?
No, I've been busy getting ready because apparently I'm doing a podcast on Sunday at 7 o'clock at thegardeningpodcast.com.
Unbelievable.
I'm trying to find somebody to come on to talk about kids and gardening, but I can't find anybody.
I'm here, mate, but you did say you wanted a big celebrity. You said you got someone really big coming on.
Well, that's not confirmed yet, so let's not tell people that yet.
I can't actually remember what you said now.
All right,
my mind's gone.
better because we're still negotiating the fee.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Well, that's the thing. If you want me on, mate, I've a big fee.
I'll buy a book or three.
Okay, that'll do it. that'll be another 3 books up. Well, I hope you enjoy gardening by the moon, mate.
Well, I'm going to look for hedgehogs because the last hedgehog I saw, I can tell you exactly when it was because I filmed it. It was May the 22nd, 1993. And I haven't seen a hedgehog since. I've seen a bat last week, but I haven't seen a hedgehog.
Oh my god. It's because in London. I thought it'd be loads of hedgehogs in London.
Apparently they all left at the start of the lockdown and they haven't come back. They're refusing to come back to work.
Makes sense, mate. They're all out. That's why I've got so many out in Essex. They've all come out to the coast.
That's what I'm being told. Anyway, it's getting a bit chilly now, so I better go and get another cup of tea.
Yeah, okay, mate. I'll chat to that. Thanks for calling in, mate.
All the best.
Bye, dude. Gardening by the moon. That is brave, isn't it? I'm scared enough. My studio is at the end of the garden. That is scary enough walking from here to the end of the garden, let alone being an allotment. It's good old Sean out there doing a little bit of gardening by the moon. That's just I as Sean asked me to speak to you tomorrow. As I just caught the end of him on his stream. When I knock you guys off, I can still see you down below. Anyway, well, I don't know how we got on that. I got on by the moon, guys. Right. And there we have it. Look, if you want to find out more about Sean, go check him out on the Allotment channel. You know, he'll probably pop up in the comments and start listing off places that you can find him and taking over the comments with advertisements. But go check him out. I'm really interested in 2021 to see how that goes and see what he does over on his plot. We're getting so close to that new year now, so close. And I must say, what my 2021 resolutions are. I mean, I've got to say that you heard me earlier. If you just caught me now, then thanks for joining us. Skinny Jean Guy Show New Year's special. Whack in the comments if you're looking forward to New Year's. And hey, actually, whack in the comments right now your New Year's resolution. If you put them in the comments now, then I'll mention them on the 4th of January when we bring the show back. I'll mention them and talk about them in the comments. But I must talk about my resolutions, and I talked about it during me and Sugget's chat about minimalism. I must learn to say it. Minimalism. It's sort of I don't know how to describe it. I should really try and work out how to talk about it. But it's just having less and needing less, and you know, clutter. Not having any clutter. I am a clutter magnet. I might need this. I might need that. That's got some sentimental value to me because I once opened that bottle on a beach somewhere. That is actually a true story. The same thing goes with my gardening. Like, I collect a lot of things. I'm very lucky with my job that I get sent different tools and I love them and I test them. If I like them, I say, yeah, I love them. If I don't, then I don't tell you about them. And that's the good thing about what I do. And then they can sit there. I don't always use them. And so minimalism, and I'll probably give away a few bits on the show at some point. We'll do that. We're doing the tin to win in 2021. So you'll be able to win some bits from my shed and some other prizes from some amazing brands too. But where am I going with this? Yeah, so minimalism is something not only in my private life. So it's like bringing down your clothes, for instance. This is one example. You only have 33 items of clothing. I don't think that includes pants and socks. But it's meant to clear your mind, make it easier. Take that what shall I wear today thing. Not that happens a lot with me. It's usually a black t-shirt. I'm already doing it. I've just got loads of clothes in my cupboard that I never wear. Obviously, the gold jacket needs to stay. Sure. But that also needs to have in my garden. And I have a lot of seeds left over from shows and stuff. Not got as many left over since lockdown. I give a lot away outside the front of my house in February, March time. So I'm going to do that again and just reduce the amount of clutter. I think I've not got loads and loads, but I'm just looking behind you guys. There's some bits that I don't massively need to keep. So I'm going to do minimalistic gardening. That also means that, you know, it's a difficult one because I'm going to be doing on the side of this. Obviously, my main thing is the school plan. I've talked about it throughout tonight's show. On the side of that, I'm also going to be gardening to make it easy to grow for me. I feel like I already do that. I know you guys don't get to see it. Someone said to me today, "Oh, for a gardener, you don't really show your garden much." There's a reason for that as well. Like, that's one of my, I'm already implementing that resolution that my garden
is my private space. You might have seen I've come off social media, even though we do this amazing show on social. You know where I'm at, 8 p.m. weekdays. If you want to watch the show, that's great. But I've already implemented the social media thing. I don't have social media on my phone anymore. You know, it's a distraction. And you won't see me tweeting too much because I'll be distracting you away from stuff. It's a difficult thing to balance out. I think listening to podcasts is a slightly different distraction. I don't know. It's a tough line to cross, isn't it? So, crikey, we're getting deep here. Anyway, you'll be able to listen to my journey on the Minimalistic Gardening podcast if you want to listen to that. And that's great. That'll come out at some point. Don't know when that'll be. But that's my New Year's resolution, peeps. To just reduce what I've got, reduce what I use, make it easy to enjoy gardening life. I think that's really important. Obviously, my other resolution is to make sure the school gardening plan gets out there and is a success. And I know you guys really support that for me. Thank you so much to everyone that does that. And continue this show because, you know, this is an important part of what I do. It doesn't make me any dollar, but it does do so much more than that for you guys just pushing me along, helping out. So adverts next year, you know, we're going to do an hour show. They'll only be 30 seconds long, and they, you know, to begin with, unless we get a brand on board, they're not going to be plugging anything. They're just going to be saying, hey, thanks very much, share the love, you know, all that sort of thing. So yeah, there's my 2020 garden resolutions, and I can't wait. I'm really excited about it. Starting the new year, being productive. I've put things in place. I've got diaries to be more productive now and be more thoughtful about people around me. And yeah, 2020. Whoa, Lee, 2020 must have been a year of I went away to Australia, found myself, and now I've spent a year in isolation, found myself. I think just more focus has to be is the thing that I've found this year, and I want to continue that into 2021 without the distractions of stuff. I'd love to hear. Okay, I got deep there, didn't it? I'd love to hear from you in the comments. What are your 2020 resolutions? Now, I'm digging into time before we hit the New Year's. I want to show you just a little clip. Depending on how much time we've got, I'm not sure what's on the clock. What's on the clock there? I don't know. But I know we're coming up to New Year's. So I wanted to show you just a little clip from the end of our 24-hour live. Now, I spoke about this earlier on in the show. The 24-hour live was incredible. I had such a great time with Richard. I just want to show you the end and how we felt. You got the mood, the feeling of what we were going through in that 24-hour live. So let's hit play on that, and let's see. After 24 hours of chatting, what happened?
When nobody else was on the line.
Eventually. I'll be very, very quick because you're waiting for Alan. So all I want to do is say, well done. You've done a fantastic job. I don't know how you've managed to do it, but brilliant. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you, Ian. That's kind of you to say, and thank you for your support.
No problem. I'll not keep you. That's all I wanted to say. Just well done.
Thank you, buddy. Cheers.
I'll no doubt catch the live show tomorrow night.
Yeah, apparently I've got to do it according to the wife, so yeah.
Oh, good. I'll look forward to that.
I'm doing it. I'm in charge.
Oh, Amanda's in charge of it, though.
Great. That's even better. Right. Thank you, guys. See you later.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
I'm not being horrible, but I probably won't watch tomorrow's live show.
I don't blame you, mate. I wouldn't either.
Oh dear. Not because Amanda's in it. That's not the reason.
No, because I'm in it.
There's only so much Sugget you can have on a weekend.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm not being funny, Alan, but you're leaving it quite tight. 9 minutes to go now. So it could happen any point now. Vobsy says, well done, chaps. Very good stuff. Great entertainment.
Thank you, Vobes. That's coming from you. That's high praise indeed.
Laura says, well done, guys. Thank you. Really been fun listening today. Thanks, Laura.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cynthia says, well done, both of you. I mean, to be fair, we've only stayed awake and chatted to each other, but
yeah.
if you do this messages saying we're heroes, we'll take that. You should both be chuffed to bits, says Nigel. Just remember, guys, next Thursday, clapping for podcasters. So, further fun of your house, we're clapping for podcasters next Thursday. I dug your rhubarb up today, Robes.
Yeah.
Is that really happening? That's a swap, is it? That's definitely
a swap.
happening.
Yeah, that's going on. And Paul and King, it says, see you both in Canada next year.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I'm coming to Canada. I'm going to Canada, baby. Let Amanda do the show and you have a night off, Richard. Oh my days. Totally a night off for you. Not even overlooking it, Rich.
That ain't going to happen.
Perhaps
I'm taking
the
tonight
is
off,
writing a novel.
Come on, Titchmarsh. 7 minutes to go.
Jen says maybe make it a yearly thing. I'll have a little think about it, Jen.
Let's get over this one first.
I'll see how long it takes me to get over it first.
Yeah. So, actually, Lee, you've been asking everyone today what they're going to be doing for their Saturday. So I'm going to ask you what you're going to be doing for your Sunday.
Well, I don't actually know, if I'm totally honest with you. I'm not sure. I've just got zero plans. Probably just chill with Olive. I don't think we'll do much. I think we'll just chill in the garden. Zoom my nan. It's my nan's birthday tomorrow, so Zoom call her if she wants to talk to me. That's about it, I reckon. Probably watch you, and that's about it. Push Miranda. How about you, mate?
I'll probably go down the allotment in the morning and do a bit of work down there. And
when are you seeing Amanda, mate? Just for work tomorrow night.
I'll see her all week. Joy of being furloughed is that she sees me all week.
Good point. We are on the last 6 minutes now. So if Alan, if you are watching,
come on,
you're thinking about it.
Oh, anybody else wants to call him, please do.
Thanks everyone for. I'm going to a little bit wrap it up very slowly. Thanks everyone for watching last 24 hours. The final total on Green Fingers. I've not actually looked back, but there possibly could be more. I'll have a little look now. We've got a little bit of time.
Yeah.
We just got another £5 for Perennial, which I believe may have been Ian. Ian's now starting a campaign to try and get it to £50 in the next 5 minutes.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Legend. Yep. So the final scores are in for. Well, currently you can still donate. It's £200 for Green Fingers charity.
£200 for Green Fingers.
£127 for Thrive, Late Night Thrive.
£127 for Thrive.
And currently £135 for Perennial.
100 or £235?
Sorry, £235. Sorry, I misread that. I was 240. It's just gone up. 240.
240 for Perennial. Fantastic. Fantastic. So 240, 440. I can't work it out. My sums have gone out my head, so I can't work out what the total is at the moment.
Oh, Lisa's now. There's a campaign going on in the comments about
get it to 250. Kevin's asking what Amanda is eating. She's eating some nuts. I don't know how he knew you were eating.
Amazing. So yeah, oh yeah, thanks. So everyone, thanks everyone that's supported us throughout the whole lot. Got involved, called me and Rich, commented, gave us a little push on socials and shared it and
Yeah.
And donate. Obviously, whoever donated money, thanks so much for all of that. Oh, Nigel said plus a lawnmower and a couple of edge trimmers.
Yeah. I think a special. I don't like singling people out, but Ed Loud, Lara, and Ricky, who have. Lara and Ricky have been with us since 5 o'clock last night. They've done it for the 24-hour period with us. And she's been sharing away on Twitter and everything. So, yeah. A big.
Well, we've got 3 minutes. Don't think Alan's calling in the next 3 minutes, but maybe he thought we were going for another 12 hours. I don't know. What was your highlight, Rich?
That's a tough one. The obvious one is the donations that we've received. That's been a highlight. The support has been a highlight. But on a more personal level, actually speaking to Adam Frost has been a bit of a highlight for me.
He'll never speak to you again after.
I know he'll never speak to me again, but
I'm joking. I'm joking. Oh dear. We just hit 250, mate.
250. Fantastic.
250 band. Well done, everybody. And with 2 minutes left to go, this really is the last. Lisa's going nuts. 250. By the way, we didn't ask the question. Lisa did ask earlier about perennial in Northern Ireland, and I'll find out for you, Lisa. I don't know if we asked that question earlier.
Yeah.
I was supposed to ask Chris.
Yeah.
Javobe says, go on, do another hour.
Oh, Vobes, you can do the extra hour then.
Where does it stop? You know what I mean? Where does it stop? My eyes are twitching. I've got my eyes are twitching.
Yeah.
Well, 1 minute left, mate. One minute,
left.
everybody.
1 minute left.
Extra time.
I'm getting ready with the jingle.
And we shall see ya. Well, you'll see Richard tomorrow. You'll see me sometime next week.
Apparently, we'll be on Gardener's World next. Well, that did go down well when we told people we're going to be on that program, didn't Lee?
No, I tell you what, mate. I really enjoyed my favourite part of the night.
Yeah, sorry.
Reviewing, doing that Gardener's World. Thanks for asking. Gardener's World watch along. My favourite part.
Yeah. I enjoyed Gardener's World.
I enjoyed the watch along. That could be regular soon.
Yeah.
That's 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
The crowd go wild.
Crowds go wild.
Thanks very much, everybody.
Mission accomplished. Fireworks are going off. Oh.
Cheerio. Are we off?
Well, I was just going to wrap it up and say thank you to everyone. We've done it. Everyone's still talking. We've done it for 24 hours. It's been a lot of fun.
Well, I don't feel quite as tired as that, but I do feel quite tired tonight. Thank you so much for joining me on tonight's show. I've really enjoyed, I know I'm not completely live, but I've really enjoyed putting this together. Looking back over past interviews and seeing your comments is the best thing. Thanks so much to everybody that's commented tonight on the show. I wanted to think of a way to see in New Year's, and here is how I thought about doing it. My best, I must say, I've had some incredible New Year's. I even spent New Year's in Australia once, which was incredible. One of the ones that from my childhood really stand out is the year 2000. And I never got to see this New Year's on the tally because we had a massive, it feels incredible now, it was 21 years ago. Or was it 20 years ago? I can't never work out. It was a long time ago. and we had a massive family party in a little community hall just up the road from me, and it was amazing. And I was at the bar. There was not a real bar, opening cans of beer and putting them into to cups of people. Big Ed. I was 12. No, not on the. And it was great. It was such a great New Year's party. My brother was on the decks with my nan. Long story. We won't get into it tonight. And I just had such a great night. And I didn't get to see the footage from the year 2000. So I thought, why not tonight? See in the year 2021, as other people may have seen in the year 2000. I know we're coming up to it right now. And I thought this would be the way to do it. So on the screen next to me, you'll see. Here we go. We've got 2 minutes left there, so I think we're going to just eye it up on the clock for 2 minutes to go. There we go. I think you can see that. I hope you can see that on the screen next to me. Yeah, we'll keep that. That looks okay. Doesn't look too bad. Let's take that off there. 2 minutes ago, I'm going to pop this open because I'm going to celebrate tonight with you. Not drinking on stream. I actually quit drinking back in September. And guys, I feel great. I'm not drinking. Honestly, I know Bedo's will have his whiskey now and he'll be cheersing me. So AF, mate, alcohol free in 2021. So I'm gonna pop this open. I don't think you're allowed to drink on stream anyway. Plus family friendly in it. So we can't cheers yet. So that's gonna have to sit there. Wait, not there on the computer. That could be a problem. Right. I think we are about 2 minutes away. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've finally got here. It is the New Year special. Before we get into that 2 minutes, we're almost there. I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to everyone. I keep feeling like I'm going to cry when I do this. But these last 4 months have been so rewarding to have you guys on board. I've enjoyed it so much. Never did I realise when I thought I was going to do this show that I'd get so much back from it. I know you guys listen to the podcast. It's great to see you. I'd love to see you over on the social show. I think we've got about 20, 25, which doesn't seem like many, but 25 people that regularly get involved in the show. And I just want to say thank you so much for all those people for being part of it. After the big event tonight of New Year's, we'll be seeing some of those people from a clip. But anyway. Are we almost there? Right, okay. And we have a little sip. Go on, enjoy yourself, everyone. AF. Here we go. Let's hit play on this. Oh, hang on, wait. I've done it wrong. Stop. Oh, what a muck up here. What? This is meant to be New Year's, Lee. We still got 2 minutes left from the magic of TV. Oh, it's not really TV, is it? But I've just gone and wait there. It's classic. Classic. Right, hang on. Wait there. Oh no, it will come through. Oh, it would have been fine as it was, but I didn't. Whoa. I don't want an advert. What is happening tonight? Here we go. Oh, should I cut out? No, probably not. From the magic of streaming. The magic of streaming TV. We're going to go back into the year 2000, everyone. Happy New Year to everyone in 2 minutes. Let's do the 2 minute countdown. Everyone, into 2021. It's the alcohol-free beer getting into my head. Let's do it. What? Oh, hang on. Oh, I've mucked up. Here we go.
Landing Glasgow.
Here we go. Let's go, everybody.
Everybody waiting now. 23:58.
Back in time, everyone.
And Edinburgh.
2 minutes to go.
Everybody counting the minutes. Ordinary minutes that are passing just like any other minutes, but leading to an extraordinary moment.
Here we go.
We're watching as the last year of the last century of the old millennium slouches off stage to make way for the youthful entry of the new.
Here we go, everyone. Get ready for New Year's. One minute to go. 1 minute. Here we go. One. Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome to the new year. Come on, guys. 2021. It's got to be better. Let's play some music over this bad boy.
Well, it is now 2000 today, and to mark the birth of the new century, the River of Fire on the Thames, all over the country, this great stream of high-moving fire going at the speed the earth turns, difficult to distinguish there, I must admit, from the fireworks, turning in theory at any rate at the very speed of sound. This is BBC One. Happy New Year.
We'll take a cup of kindness for the sake of old lang syne. For old lang syne, for old lang syne. We'll take a cup
of
alcohol-free beer.
29,000 tons of fireworks.
Wow, that ended really abruptly. Everyone, happy new year to everyone watching the show tonight. Wow, what a start. everyone. Should we do it again? No. What? You want to do it again? You want it? What a start to the new year. Go on then.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and the days of old lang syne? For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take
Does anyone know the words to this?
of kindness, yet for the sake of old lang syne. Sing it. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness, yet for the sake of old
Wait for it.
lang syne. For the sake of old lang syne.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, everyone. As the fireworks continue back in year 2000. Let's have a look at this. Of course.
And let's now go up to Stonehaven.
Oh, we're going around the world here with Parky. What's happening? What's going on?
Yes, what a spectacular sight. The fireball swingers are in full swing here in Stonehaven. And it looks like the whole
mate.
city is on fire with bombastic bursts of flame. Incredible sights here. The crowds are loving it. What a phenomenal festival of fire. They're literally hurling these great balls of fire around. And boy,
This is dangerous, isn't it?
It's Happy New Year from swinging Stonehaven.
Are we going round the world here? Hang on. We're going to see everything. Wait there. Let's just watch it all.
Now let's go to Edinburgh.
Let's see Edinburgh. Come on, guys.
Here's Kirsty Walk.
It's a wonderful year here in Scotland's capital city. The revellers are here. There's lots of renditions of Auld Lang Syne. I've got 4 relatively sober partygoers here. Is that a wonderful new year for you?
Fabulous new year.
And obviously a brand new hairdo.
Brand new hairdo. Unfortunately, hair dyed went a little bit wrong. But
And we have 4 people. Perhaps we should say we've got 5 people here.
Good joke. Good joke for you, 2000.
Would you have been anywhere else other than Edinburgh tonight? Is this the place to be? Is this the first time you've been here? Yeah. And with all the crowds. It's a fantastic atmosphere. In a sense, the party's only just begun. There's people dancing in the streets. There's Cayley bands playing. We're having a wonderful time here, and I bet you are too in Shetland, Jackie.
Okay, in for fireworks, mate. In fact, we come back to London. Nearly 2 million people in the capital at the moment watching these fireworks.
Wow.
And this is what's happening inside the dome.
Remember the Millennium Dome, anyone?
Special Fantasia put on by Mark Fisher, the man who's done so many of these big pop concerts and the like, that really has excelled himself today with this astonishing display.
Imagine being there for Millennium. This makes me feel really sad, really, considering what the year we've had and what's going on right now. It's like 20 years ago, guys. 20 years ago.
Let's go to Shetland now and Jackie Bird.
Well, we haven't got any spectacular scenes here, but we've got spectacular high spirits. Now, boys, we haven't got a Millennium Baby. We haven't got a first marriage. What do we have that's a first for the Millennium?
We've got the first Shetland backstep of the whole Millennium. Only Bean has ever danced on camera.
Okay, this is the first. Take it away, Ali. The Shetland backstep. I think we need another year to practice. Back to you.
Meanwhile, the fireworks continue in London. Wow. They're just some of the people watching this spectacular firework display. A river of fire of sorts, then.
Wow. We're
Inside the dome.
Back to the dome. We're gonna leave. I feel really. Wow. Footage from 20 years ago is making me feel sad. Let's just put that to the side. Get that camera on playing, everyone. Just turn the sound off it for now. It makes me feel really upset watching that at the moment. But right, it's what a year, everyone. What a year we've had. 2020. It's been an interesting one. We've celebrated it tonight as much of the year that we can. I know people have struggled a lot in 2020, and you know, let's keep going in 2021 with all we can do. So I'm really going to cry. I'm going to stop. I really feel really upset. Thank you so much to everyone that's watched this, and happy New Year. And be the first, or at least the 20th, to say to you Happy New Year tonight on the show. It's going to be a good year. This year's going to be good. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun, right? To see us out tonight, we've got another hour left. If you're about in the comments, Happy New Year. Whack it in the comments. Happy New Year. Thanks so much, everyone. Some fun now coming away from that Millennium fireworks. It's some fun now. Before Christmas, we did a Christmas special, and I feel like we broke a Christmas gardening streaming record with over 11 of us on stream at the same time. And I know a lot of you probably watching right now were part of it. So I thought we'd play that back so you can watch yourself and watch what unfolded on that show. So watch this, not Guinness World Record, but definitely a Lee Connolly World Record for you tonight. Welcome back, everyone, to the official world record. Now, I know what Richard's saying, because I can actually only have 10 people on at a time. I don't think we're going to hit 10 people, but we might. The link is in the stream right now. Let's get the first 2 people in tonight. Mr. Suggett's been sitting there ready and waiting. No, Suggs.
Hello, mate. Hello again.
Ready to go. And friend of everyone's show, it's Sean James, looking literally less festive than Suggett, but still wearing a Christmas hat.
I literally just pulled it out of the box as I walked upstairs.
It looks like it's what the heck's what's it got hanging off the back of it? Is it a light one? The battery pack. That's not
It's a security tag.
Apparently, you can put some things in it and it starts flashing.
Well, we've got 2 more days, mate. To
So I thought I'm not going to the trouble of finding about finding the batteries. Oh, it itches your nose.
Well, I've had a beard on for the last hour. Also joining us tonight, it's a VIP cruise special. Hang on, in the dark, it's Stuart Jackson.
Oh, sorry.
Wow, that's it, mate. It's, now it's a party.
Yeah. Where's your hat, Segs?
Say that again, Stuart.
Where's your hat? You didn't get the memo, did you?
Here we go.
There you go. There's mine.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here's another festive person for the world attempt.
Hi, guys.
Excuse me. Do you have an allotment?
No allotment.
like a family reunion.
They've all been down the allotment with their plastic bags today, collecting all their veg that they.
I bet they have.
That they didn't grow.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what's going to happen. Dan, you should check your you should actually check your allotment, because if I was the people around your area, I'll be going down your allotment to get my little harvest that you've grown for me. No comment from Dan. Okay.
Yeah, I was down there today.
Oh, you. Hey, Liam.
Hello, everyone.
How you doing? It's Harris there as well.
Harris, he's got to say.
We're in. Here we go. Right. It does feel very heavy male. Luckily for us, we've got Lisa. Hey, oh, Lisa, you're looking well fit.
Merry Christmas!
Oh, humbug. Well, I thought you would have been in with our chickens.
No, I've got my Winnie the Pooh pajamas on with my reindeer hat. How much more festive can you get?
No more. Everyone, we lost Stuart. We lost Stuart for the record attempt. He's gone. You know what he's going to go and get, don't you? He's going to get something festive.
I don't know. His internet.
Somebody's got their TV on.
Who's watching Pally?
Oh, sorry. We've got MasterChef on in the background. Sorry.
Unbelievable. Right, let's
I know.
mute you. Let go away. No, we'll leave MasterChef. Anyone wanting to know who left MasterChef? Possibly don't listen.
Yeah,
How many-
don't listen.
Don't listen.
I'm getting some very strange looks from the cat.
Bit odd. Oh, here we go. Stuart's back. This is 7, which means anyone that I think this is everyone that watches anyway.
Where's Ian?
Ian.
Where's Ian? Ian asked for the link. This would be
And hold on, where's Alex? We haven't got Alex in.
Alex. He said he was looking for me on Magic.
What, still?
No, possibly. Who's put the cat up?
Please get quick.
Oh my gosh, we're losing. Oh, hang on. Oh. Guess who's back? Again. Mackie's back. Tell a friend. This is so we now have space for only 3 more people to join us for
Who's
the
that
world.
down the bottom? Who's that on the bottom left? It looks a bit like a Rodney. Yeah, from Emmerdale.
Any Emmerdale fans?
No.
Never watched it in my life.
I couldn't even tell you who's on it at the moment.
No.
What is it?
What Emmerdale?
Yeah.
Right, okay, right. We are losing people left, right, and centre. All we need to do is keep 10. Here we go. Ian's here, everyone. Festive, see?
Merry Christmas.
Right. All we need to do is hold everyone up. Where's Lisa disappeared to?
Oh, sorry.
She's back.
I was just doing a team screenshot.
Oh, good plan, man. All we need to do. Who have we lost? Have we lost anyone?
We've lost Stuart.
Right, Stuart's back now. I think once we put Stuart on, I don't think anyone else is watching anyway. If you are,
Apart from
then
Alex. Apart from Alex.
apart from Alex, we just need Alex to. If we get Alex in, that means we've done it.
Well, there's 10 people here now.
Oh, is there?
One, two,
4,
I make 9.
9.
9.
No, there's 10.
There's 10. There's 2 people on one screen.
Yes, of course.
Well done. Yes, we've done it. We've set a world record.
The news. I'm leaving today.
Today.
And you wonder why the BBC don't want to commission you.
I mean, this is basically what they've got on the BBC anyway, right?
This is.
Is that enough?
Is that Stuart spinning again?
Oh, there's 11 people now.
Oh, who's joining?
Look, there's 3 in one picture down there.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Is he live from New York?
Always.
You do realise you have to keep moving the batteries from one to the other, don't you? I can't afford it.
Hey, yeah. While everyone's like, what did you do Wednesday night? Well, Ian, while everyone's on the stream, will you show us your Christmas spectacular ending?
Was he going to do a trick?
Will do. Hang on.
Oh God!
Just a minute.
Just a minute.
He's got to change the batteries. Hold on, everyone.
Is he in a shop?
There he is.
I'll have a couple more minutes.
We had that in the show, and the kids used to come in, clap the hands, sort of start off, and then go off.
You better do this quickly before the nurse comes and takes them back.
Do you other think I need some advice on?
Oh, crikey. Go on.
Which lot of salt and pepper pots should I use for Christmas?
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh!
How many salt and pepper pots do you
Hold on a
have?
minute. Those as well. Yeah, screen. And those are the cabinet. Plus these in here.
Yeah.
I just don't know which to use.
What?
And the other
That
one-
is madness.
contagious. It started many years ago.
Should we be even doing this if a lot of us are in tier 4? We should be social distancing.
See how long it takes to dust them.
I think I don't have time to dust them. I honestly think that I could probably leave Ian on for the next 40, 50 minutes and it'll be more entertaining.
It's like a bad office Zoom party.
Shall I?
Speak for yourself, Sean James Cameron.
This is the best you're going to get for a Christmas party this year, I'll tell you.
This is a brilliant Christmas party.
Best Christmas party I've been to.
If you're not
Same as.
careful, I'll go over to Dad's and play the grand piano.
Oh, crikey. Not tonight.
Did he say, if you're not careful, I'll go over to my dad's and I'll play his grand piano?
Yeah,
That's what it sounded like.
Exactly what he said. Yep, well, you're 100% exactly what he said.
It's nice and easy. You put a paper roll in and you pedal it. It's to play a piano.
I should have brought a drink.
Do you know what? I really like Ian's Christmas lights in the background. Can I see those? I'm really impressed with your lights, Ian.
Lisa, they're not. I just had them on since September.
Oh, what? They've been on since September.
They're always on.
Oh yeah.
They're always on when the kids are up here or the grandkids. Yeah.
That's what he calls us.
They're up there.
Us young'uns.
Yeah.
Oh wait, there's a new one.
Oh, 1 minute.
Why?
Dan's disappeared.
Right, Dan. Oh, hang on. Liam's back again. I can't keep up with everyone.
I could take you to the front room if you like as well.
No.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could
we just pretend this is like through the keyhole, Keith Lemon, and just get a full tour of your house?
A house like David. It's
Yeah. And who do you think lives here with a Christmas tree like this?
Ian, you don't live anywhere near an airport, do you?
Oh, that's amazing.
Here we go. Look.
No. Well, yes, actually, we're not that far away from Manchester.
You don't ever end up with some odd airplanes landing in your garden, do you?
No, I turn the landing lights off at night. You're all right.
When Christy Bill in that house, there'll be far more than 4 tiers.
Just before I let everyone go, can anyone hear this? Hang on. Can you hear that?
Yep.
Yeah, keep it on. Christmas song.
Hold on. Right, everyone stop. Look at when. Oh no.
It's like Ibiza 88.
Right, okay. I better see you sing to this.
Can we do a big sing along?
We're going to do a quick sing along.
Come on, Richard. You know
doing it.
you want to.
Feliz Navidad.
But Mark, here we go.
Richard on the Baileys as well.
Bye for the
Ready?
car crash.
Can we do
Pina
it?
colada.
Lee, can you do a counting? Do a counting.
Yeah, because that will make a difference. Right, a 1.
Cheers.
2. A 1. My Ian's ready. 1, 2, 3.
Hey! Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Pero si verdad.
Well done, Mark.
Feliz Navidad.
Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Pero si verdad. I wanna wish Navidad.
Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad.
I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. A Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Merry Christmas. I wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart.
Feliz Navidad.
Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad.
Feliz Navidad.
Navidad.
Feliz
Navidad.
Feliz
Navidad. Feliz Navidad.
Feliz
Feliz Navidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. Wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart.
Feliz Navidad.
Release.
Plug it solo.
Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prospero año. Felicidad. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
God, that's so good.
Richard loved it. Richard loved
Neighbours on
it.
the phone to the police saying there's a party in our shed.
Yeah.
Well, that's one for another year.
Choose our own path.
Who's this?
To be honest, Lee,
Yeah.
you're in Spain. The best night of the year is New Year's Eve.
Right. Oh, you ruined. Literally, I've been singing that for 12 shows, and you've only just told me now.
Oh, I've got a bit of fish on the go, so I better go and check on it.
Well, there you go. What a great ending. Thanks so much, everyone, for coming on.
I've heard of some excuses, but I think that's the worst.
That is the worst. I feel like we have the world record there.
No one's going yet.
Shall we repeat this on New Year's Eve?
Sure. Why not? I mean,
You can all
Why not?
sing happy birthday.
we could do
Is it
that.
Ian's birthday?
Is Ian's birthday on New Year's? Yeah?
Oh, well, we might as well have a virtual birthday party.
Why not?
That'd be great.
A fish looks good.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
Ooh, live cooking here, guys.
Do you think I've got? Do you think I've got enough carrots for Christmas?
Love it.
Is that something nobody
house
else
is like?
Just for one person. Well, I'm going to go and have a bit of fish.
You go enjoy your fish.
Hello.
Enjoy it.
And there was us thinking 2020 couldn't get any worse.
Ian, you need to Google the Tom Kerridge carrot recipe. It's amazing. Poached in butter.
Ooh.
The actual.
Dan's like.
I think he lost it just as I was saying.
Oh, he's
that.
gone.
Oh, well, there we go, everyone. Thanks so much for coming on, everyone. Thanks so much, everyone, that called in for the last, how many months? 4 months.
You're all looking really festive. Thank you all.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Happy Christmas, everyone.
Have an amazing Christmas, whatever tier you're in.
Bar humbug.
Oh, Richard. Just embrace the Christmas
Happy Christmas,
spirit, why
everyone.
don't you?
It's too late. It's too late for me.
No,
Save
you've got
yourselves.
24 hours. Come on with it. Put a Christmas hat on and eat a mince pie and turn that frown upside down.
I haven't got a frown. I'm quite happy not liking Christmas.
Has anybody seen Christmas Chronicles 2 on Netflix yet?
Oh, no, I want to see that.
No. Okay, so watch Christmas Chronicles 2 on Netflix, and what we have here with the Sugmeister is he is an elf who's been very, very naughty and been turned human. So if he repents, he will turn back into a Christmas elf.
Ooh.
Right, I know what I'm watching tomorrow now, then.
Get that rhythm. Harris, have you watched Christmas Chronicles 2 yet?
This is a documentary, by the way. That's what I said to my son.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I've not watched it yet, but I'll let you know. It's everyone's homework for the week, for the Christmas period.
I'm going to watch it tomorrow.
Here we go. Here we go, everyone.
And everyone has to be in bed early tomorrow night, otherwise Santa won't come. So you'll have to be on your best behaviour.
I know, right? Ian Beddoe said, "Oh, why aren't you doing a show on Christmas Eve?" Well, I can't be down here, can I? Although, if I walked up here from the end of the garden like this and Olive saw me, she'd be pretty impressed. One of the things I wanted to do, and I've not passed this off yet through the family lawyers, but my wife, is I want to get in the car like this and get Olive to dress as an elf and drive around the streets of Colchester just playing that song as loud as I can in the car.
Yeah.
Wave him.
Sounds good.
I think it sounds excellent. I think do it. Bring the Christmas cheer to Colchester tomorrow night, Lee.
Yeah, I will do. I shall. Right, everyone. Have a great Christmas. Thank you so much. The show's not ended yet. I should say there's another half hour left. We're going to pick the winner, which pretty much anyone here, apart from Mark, can win. So we'll draw that at the end of the end of the show.
It's my turn.
Excellent.
It's my turn.
No, it's not your turn. You don't like Christmas. It's not your turn.
If you win, so
if you repent.
Oh yes. You've got 5 minutes to repent, Richard, and you
5
could
minutes to
be the
repent.
winner.
Oh, that's a hard one. That's a hard one. Nah, I'm not going to repent.
So Harris and Liam, I'm going to say goodbye to you. Oh, they've always said goodbye to me. Lisa, I'll see you later.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for joining, Marky boy. See you later, Mackie. Merry Christmas. And to you, Richard Sagan, not Merry Christmas. Just have a nice day off.
I will. I've got 2 days off. Actually, I got a whole week off, so that's good.
Goodbye. I think after that, I'm not sure how many people that was. So if anyone knows in the ad break, put it in the comments. I think that is definitely a world record set. That was so much fun, and I really enjoyed it. It was a great ending to the Christmas 12 shows of Christmas. We're coming up to the end of the show now. We've only got about half hour-ish left of the show. So the final clip tonight was probably one of the funniest chats that I've had on this show. And by the way, if you were part of that, I'll say it throughout tonight. Comment away. Let us know you're still watching. I hope you enjoyed that because it was a lot of fun. But another great thing, we get so many different people get in contact on the show, and Callie and Dan's kids. I'm not going to name them all. You're going to find out throughout this discussion. I do a lot of kids gardening, and this show is not massively for kids. Like we get a lot of ideas going, but mainly for like parents and people interested in that side of things, grandparents, teachers, people coming together just to enjoy chatting about gardening. I wouldn't say this is a kids show. Hey guys, hey kids. It's not the Gold Jacket only comes on for New Year's. But we had Callie and Dan's kids calling one night after they got locked in their nan's front room. I thought that it was the perfect fun chat to end tonight's show with. It was brilliant. Let's press play on it because I think you'll really enjoy this.
Yeah.
Cool.
Hello?
Hello, who's this?
Charlie?
Hey Charlie, how you doing, man?
Good.
Yeah, what's going on?
We just got stuck in a room.
What?
I'm at my nan's house and we just got stuck in the room. Someone just came in and saved us. I'm my friend.
You've been saved.
Yeah. I'm Carrie.
Who else is there?
Poppy and Cheryl, my two little sisters, and Rosie, my big sister. She's the oldest kid.
Wow, everyone's up to. Hang on, what's everyone doing out of bed?
Oh, no, I don't know.
What time do you all go to bed?
Mummy?
Oh,
Huh?
hello.
Hey, my mum talking to you as well.
Is she?
Is my mum talking to you?
Is she talking to me?
Yeah.
No, you're talking to me.
Oh.
What have you been up to apart from getting stuck in rooms?
I don't know.
Oh. Have you got Have you got any plans for this weekend?
This is the nanny speaking now.
Oh,
the doorknob came off the living room door.
I hope you're not asking me to come and help you. This is not 999, you know.
You know the Charlie about the 7-year-old? Yeah. My son Charlie or something won't go loving the show, won't go to bed. That's Charlie I'm talking to you now.
I know, Charlie. You're the youngest person that's ever called the show.
Huh?
I'm
7.
You're 7 years old. What's it like being a 7-year-old? Is it?
Huh?
Well, I said, what's it like being a 7-year-old?
Kind of sad.
Oh, sad? Why?
Yeah, I hate the door shut.
What don't you like?
Huh?
What don't you like?
The door shut.
Yeah, well, have you got out of the door now?
Yeah.
Oh.
The door's open.
Oh, thank gosh for that. Charlie, do you do any gardening, Charlie?
Yeah, I lot of it. We have an allotment.
You have an
And
allotment?
for Christmas,
Yeah.
I'm getting like a square wooden bed, and I can plant 9 stuff.
Wow, that is like the best Christmas present ever.
Huh?
How is Santa going to bring that on his sleigh? It's going to be pretty big. Charlie, what's your favourite thing to grow?
Strawberries.
Love strawberries, mate. That's my favourite thing to grow. My little girl loves strawberries. Have you grown a lot of them this year?
Well, we tried to in our allotment, and I've got 2 houses. So I was born at my nan's house, and I started living at my mum's house.
Oh, I've got ya. Wow. Well, that's cool. Is it Charlie?
Yeah, I'm Rosie, Charlie, the troublemaker's big sister.
You're who am I speaking? Who am I speaking to now?
Rosie, the troublemaker's big sister.
You're Rosie.
Yeah, the eldest.
Oh, how old are you, Rosie?
10. The oldest kid.
You're the oldest. You're like in charge of everyone, right?
Yeah, I'm 10.
You're 10 years old. And what
Yeah, so Charlie's a bit naughty sometimes.
is he?
Oh yeah.
Is he the one that took the door handle off the door?
Well, kind of in a way, but it didn't really fall off when we chatted a minute ago. It was still on. Wow, Nan, we were watching TV in our living room, and my nan was out the kitchen.
Are you watching?
Well, we were there.
Are you watching?
And then,
Yeah.
oh yeah, watching TV.
With me on it?
Yeah. Watching you live now.
Oh, hiya.
Hi. Yeah, we're watching you at night.
Oh, it sounds like a lot of Rosie.
Yeah.
What time is bedtime in your house?
Well, on the weekend I get to go to bed at 9 o'clock, but we're a bit late because we got locked in our nan's living room, as you know.
Yeah.
My
Well,
mum had to get a thunderbus and kick the door down. It's still on its hinges. Oh yeah, everything came off the metal bit. The doorknob to off.
yeah.
Then like this little, like the mechanism's all out. Like everything's out.
I don't know what to tell you. I'm not a locksmith. I can't come over and help you.
They're already out.
Oh, you're out. Oh, yeah. Of course. That's all right then. You're fine.
Yeah.
The only thing I could do is come around with my spade and like prise the door open. That's all I could have done.
Yeah, my little brother and my sister
podcast. Guys, we were watching cartoons and we said we were going to put that on. Put you on to watch. But then my little sister, Cherry,
Yeah.
she's the youngest out of the twins because they're both 4.
Right.
But she accidentally shut the door playing with Poppy,
Right.
my other little sister,
Right, yeah.
and then we couldn't open it because the door, these past few months, had a history of being faulty. The
Right.
doorknob on the outside of the door wouldn't open, it would get stuck.
Right. I've got you.
So
That
we'd
is.
always leave it open.
Well, this just proves that if something's broken, fix it instantly so you don't get trapped in the room.
Yeah, we don't really have the tools, really. We
Right.
have like an old toolbox with a few bits and bobs in,
Right.
but nothing to really fix the door. But my mum's friend kicked it open. It's all split. I'm looking at it now. It's all split, like in 2 ends. And like, oh yeah. And then my mum's friend, we were inside, so I don't know what really happened. But he said, "Do you have a tool?" And she said, "Yeah, here you go." And then I don't know, but I think he was using a few tools.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then he had to like, with his thing, like sing cartoons, try and bash the door down.
Mate, so it was the only option, Rosie. It was the only option.
Yeah, it was that or take the doorknob off.
Just smash
But
it.
the doorknob fell off anyway since he came in.
That's the thing. Just knock it out. Just knock it down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I actually got 3 pieces of the door here. That bit that goes inside where the mechanism is,
Yeah.
but on the outside that protects the wood,
Yep. Yep.
and 2 nails.
I feel like I work in an insurance company, Rosie.
And
Rosie,
I like my games.
you like your game? Right, go on then. What games you got?
Well, I got Sonic Unleashed, my first ever game I ever played.
Good Sonic, yeah. Good one.
Because I got the Xbox 360 Pro in 2015.
Cool. Check you out.
Oh yeah. I also got Sonic and the Black Knight for the Nintendo Wii.
Yeah.
I got Sonic Colors, Mario Sports Mix for the Wii, Hyper and the Order of the Phoenix for the Wii, Wii Play for the Wii, Sport Time for the Wii, and Wii Fit for the Wii. I got Xbox 360 games, of course. Got Minecraft Story Mode, Ratatouille, Skylanders,
Yep.
Crash Bandicoot, Minecraft, racing game, my little brothers, Sims 3 Pets, Batman, my little brother, Disney Universes, and Fusion Frenzy 2. And of course, I got a Nintendo Switch.
Of course.
I got 2 games put in there, like Mario Rabbids 3D Kingdom Battle,
Yep.
Minecraft, the Nintendo System Mini.
Anything else?
Yeah, stuff like that. And also got Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu, Pokemon Sword, Animal Crossing New Horizon, Super Mario Odyssey, Luigi's Mansion 3, Mario Kart at the Olympic 2020 game, Sonic Forces, and Super Mario 3D All Stars in my game collection.
Not many, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, not many. I do have a few Sonic games as well, like
Yeah.
Sonic Colors, like I've already mentioned, Sonic and Black Knight, like I've already mentioned.
Yeah.
Then got Sonic Unleashed, I've already mentioned. But sadly, my little troublemaker brother, I'm looking at him now,
Yeah.
broke my first ever disc, the original Xbox 360. So my nan, who's at the kitchen right now,
Yeah.
I had to get me a new one.
Oh, good old Nan, though, eh? Good your Nan got you one.
Yeah, she got me the Xbox One and Xbox 360 Special Edition.
Well done, Nan.
For Christmas last year, off my uncle, I got Sonic Generations.
Yeah, it's unexpected, this, isn't it? Yeah, go on.
Yeah, for Xbox One and Xbox 360.
Brilliant.
And I got Shadow the Hedgehog for when I'm a bit older.
Sado the Hedgehog?
Shadow the Hedgehog.
I've never heard
And
of
I'm
him.
expecting original Xbox 360, original Xbox for Christmas off my mum.
Right.
And also, I want to get more into gardening.
Yeah. well, after all that, I don't know when you've got time to get into the garden.
Well, I have a bit of time.
Yeah. Do you go down the allotment as well?
Yeah, sometimes.
Come on, Rosie. What's your favourite thing you do down the allotment?
I like growing vegetables.
God, what sort of veggies are we talking?
I like a few strawberries, like my little brother mentioned. He grows a few of those as well.
Yeah.
I also like blackberries and raspberries.
Nice.
And a few carrots and potatoes.
Do you and your brother fight over the strawberries?
No, surprisingly.
Do you all go down the allotment together, the whole family?
My nan doesn't go down.
Don't blame her. She needs a break, I reckon.
Pardon?
No, go on, yeah.
My little sisters go down sometimes. They're
Yeah.
expecting DVD player each for Christmas.
They what?
They're expecting DVD player each for Christmas.
Don't tell them.
Oh yeah. And that's the girl said. Yeah, that was Poppy.
What did she say?
She said, my little sister Poppy. Shed for a little one.
She wants a shed for Christmas.
Yeah, we already got one. We got like 2.
2 sheds.
Yeah.
What's it? Wow, really loves sheds.
Yeah. It's not usually like this, must be because she's talking to a celebrity.
Wow. Well, that's exciting, isn't it? What's in your shed?
Well, we got a few gardening things like sickle, stuff like that. Shovel, spade, glove.
And do you all get your hands messy when you go there?
My mum, my father-in-law, and my little brother a bit.
Yeah.
I sometimes just read a bit of my book and then get into it.
Yeah. What are you reading nowadays?
I read my Bear Rabbit books by Enid Blyton.
Oh, check you out. That's cool. Hey, Rosie.
Yeah.
Have you got my my children's garden book?
Oh, no, not yet. I'm expecting that for Christmas.
Oh, well, tell your mum to message me privately, all right?
Okay.
And maybe you'll get one for Christmas.
Yeah, thank you. I also got both my godmother as an early Christmas present.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I was under the weather a few weeks ago. I'm fine now.
Oh, well,
I got Secret 7 paperback edition. The whole collection of Secret 7s in paperback edition.
Really? That's cool.
Yeah. I started my Enid Blyton books with Bear Rabbit and Time Adventures.
I don't think I've ever read them.
Then you've missed out, mate.
I'm gonna have to read them. I have to read them for my daughter. I have to find them. Are they good? Are they? Are you rating them?
Oh yeah, they're really good. I own a lot of them.
Oh, okay.
I have this wooden box full of books at my nan's.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. I
Oh, well.
recently got all my games down in consoles because I don't want them to get broke or the disc go missing. Because little sisters like to hide things. I've discovered. They wanted my little brother's Batman teddy. He went mental. At the end, it was behind the settee.
Oh, what a hiding place.
Oh yeah.
What's it like having two? What's it like having 3 brothers and sisters?
Oh well, I got one little brother Charlie and 2 little sisters, Poppy and Terry.
Yeah,
But
there's a lot.
it's a bit tough sometimes.
Yeah.
I usually help my nan when we're down here, like tidy up, maybe do the washing up a bit.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. I've only got one.
Yeah.
I've got one brother, and he was enough. He did my head in.
Oh, yeah, my little brother does that to me sometimes.
That's what they do, Rosie.
Not all the time, but sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Definitely, mate.
definitely.
Little naughty, but he's still my brother.
He's really getting it in. He is naughty. Let's just clear that up.
Yeah, he's a little troublemaker. I was asleep when he first appeared on your stream. My mum only told me when I woke up.
They were watching me without you.
Oh yeah, I was furious.
I bet I would be so angry.
Oh yeah, I was expected in the morning. And then my brother got a shout out,
I can't.
and they were watching it without me. He was up till like 1 o'clock, I'm pretty sure, because he's a little troublemaker, as you know.
Well, yeah, you've confirmed it tonight. Troublemaker.
Yeah, I think my mum posted on her Facebook or Twitter what you said about my little brother.
Yeah, I said he should go to bed. It was too late.
Yeah, Charlie's a little troublemaker.
Well, yeah.
Never goes to bed.
Well, do you know what, Rosie? When I was little, I had to go to bed at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, because I'm older, I go to sleep at 8 because I'm homeschooled.
Oh, okay. I've got you. You do know what the time it is now, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Over in Bristol.
It's just it's the same time where I am where you are. You know it, didn't you?
Yeah, I know.
Oh dear. Hey, Rosie. Not garden related, but do you like Harry Potter?
Oh yeah, my godmother actually brought me over 2 Harry Potter DVDs today.
Yeah.
Order of the Phoenix
Yeah.
and the Prisoner
Azkaban
or something.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting a few more of them.
There's 8 of them, I think.
Oh yeah, she's not getting me the last 2 till I'm a bit older.
Yeah, I think they get scary. Even I got scared.
Yeah, I am really scaredy cat a tiny bit.
Yeah. I bet.
My mum is scared of the death of spiders.
Is she? Yeah, I don't like. Well, don't get a let her watch one of them Harry Potters. There's a massive spider in one of them.
Oh yeah, my mum comes along and screams her head off for like 2 minutes till it's off the screen.
Can't believe
Mum,
it.
you can look now. I actually watched the Order of the Phoenix today.
Did ya?
Yeah, because I already owned the Half-Blood Prince DVD.
Mm-hmm. Got ya. You should read. I think maybe a bit young to read the books, but the books are better than the films.
Oh yeah, my nan owns 2 of the books upstairs.
Oh well.
In her house, hers,
Yeah.
in this little drawer.
Yeah.
Keep them safe.
Oh well. Rosie, thanks for calling in, mate.
Oh yeah, and my little brother too.
And, yeah, but he's a troublemaker, so you're welcome anytime. But he's a bit of a troublemaker, isn't he?
Yeah, say bye, Charlie. Bye. Okay, bye. Have a nice day.
Thanks
I should say night. Bye.
Night. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. And there, everybody, there is the New Year's Eve special with me, Lee Connolly, the Skinny Jean Garden. I want to thank everyone that's watched the show, everyone's been part of the show, everyone that has just watched tonight. Maybe you've just come across us tonight. Thanks so much. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for commenting, being part of the community, keeping everyone company on a night which, you know, we'd usually be seeing friends, seeing family, seeing people and coming together. And obviously tonight we're not. It's just not. Well, it's just, you know, next year, guys. Next year. I'm so looking forward to 2021. I'm not saying I've had the toughest year. It's been different. It's been a struggle. I think we've all struggled through it. I think other people have had a harder time than myself, and my best wishes go out there to them in 2021. I know all of us feel the same on the show. So look, just from me, thanks so much. I feel like let's have a little sip of non-alcoholic. Cheers, guys.
guys, cheers, everybody. Sponsored by Brewdog. We're not, but that would be good. Cheers to you. Thanks so much for being part of this amazing community. I hope you have an incredible 2021. We are back on the 4th of January with a new schedule, 5 days a week, for you to listen, to be part of, and just have fun. Just come together and have fun. I'm really excited about it. And yeah, I wish you all the love, all of the thanks and everything in the world. So 2021, let's do it, everybody. Let's make it happen. And let's have a good time. Much love. I'll see you in the new year.
Facilia. Or Pacilia, if you just read it off there.
Yeah. Oh, I'm on.
Oh, I can't hear you, on. Something wrong with the thing. Anyway, Alison Poo is what I got.
Good evening, Lee. How are you?
Great, mate. Your signal is always terrible, but I'm good, my friend. Excuse me. You got an allotment? When I go, don't put